Unfinished business. What does it mean? Is it office work left on the desk for the next day? Is it waiting on someone else to fulfill the end of their bargain? Or is it a dream of what the future may hold? There is no set answer, and the same rings true for the girls of Caribou County. Welcome to girls basketball, where it doesn't matter if you're a fan of the Cardinals of Soda Springs, the Grizzlies of Grace, or the Cowgirls of North Gym. All three share one common bond: unfinished business. And this year, there is a fire inside to make sure nothing is left on the table and that nothing is put off for next season. Girls basketball on KBRV The Bear and MyLocalRadio.com is brought to you by Monsanto, Hunziker Ford, Silver Star Communication, and by Cook Brothers Broadcasting. Now sit back and relax and enjoy the season of heart, hustle, and determination as the girls of Soda Springs, Grace, and Bancroft leave it all on the court in search of the titles and dreams which eluded them last season. All on your home for the best of Caribou County athletics.
And welcome out, ladies and gentlemen, to the PARMA Invitational on KBRV The Bear and MyLocalRadio.com, as the Soda Springs boys and girls basketball team sitting on the far side of the gym waiting for their games. And I'll tell you what, we are in a holding pattern as to find out what those games are going to be, because this tournament has been turned on its ear after the snowstorm, which has been hitting here all this morning. It has closed the freeway in Oregon, which means that the Baker City Bulldogs will no longer be able to make the trip over here. They had to cancel for the day, which means that the Soda Springs Lady Cardinals will be taking on the Nissa Bulldogs from the Oregon side of the river. And that game is to be decided as when that will be played. It could be the next game coming up. It could be coming up after the boys' game, which could be shuffled around. The Soda Springs boys will be taking on WEISER later on this morning or this afternoon, again, depending on how things get shuffled. It was supposed to be a 12:30 start for them, but everything once more, because of the weather, because of Baker having to cancel, has been shifted around, moved around, and we are still, again, trying to figure out where exactly things are going to be, who exactly is going to be playing who. The one thing that we do know is if the Soda Springs Cardinals win their game against the Nissa Bulldogs, they will be taking on the Caldwell Cougars, as Caldwell took down the Marsing Huskies 68-36 in the first game of the day, as they were able to cruise in that competition to their victory and won that one, going away by 32 points in their contest earlier this evening. So one game has been decided. The game right now is Caldwell taking on Ambrose on the boys' side. That is the first game of that side of the bracket. And the Soda Springs boys, if they should win their game today, will end up playing the winner of this game. If they lose, they'll play the loser of this game. And right now, it is Caldwell leading Ambrose 60-37. So it looks like both Caldwell Cougars teams are going to make their way into the winner's bracket and continue on. The Soda Springs Lady Cardinals and Cardinal boys will be looking to follow them on that route and put a match up between themselves, which will be at 2 o'clock and at 5 o'clock, or excuse me, 2 o'clock and 3:30 tomorrow afternoon. So a lot still to be decided. We are going to be here throughout the afternoon covering the games, and we hope that you join us on KBRV The Bear and MyLocalRadio.com, and join us in the next couple of minutes as we're going to jump into our pregame show right now, figure out where things are at. Hopefully Kirby Martineau, who is our color commentator for the day as well as camera operator for the day, will be here shortly, and we will be bringing you all of that action coming up next on KBRV The Bear and MyLocalRadio.com, your home for all Caribou County athletics.
This presentation of Caribou County Athletics is being brought to you by State Farm Insurance of Montpelier, Idaho. State Farm is here to help life go right. Call Scott at 208-847-0141 for personal service.
Let technology make life a little easier and give you peace of mind about your home. With affordable security and smart home options, Silver Star makes it easy to take the first step. Keep an eye on what's important to you and be able to act before an incident becomes an emergency. You're in good hands when you choose Silver Star. We've been bringing cutting-edge technology and star treatment customer service to Eastern Idaho and Western Wyoming for nearly 70 years. Call us today and ask about our starter security and smart home packages.
Get it to go at Patterson Quick Stop in Soda Springs and Patterson Easy Way in Grace, Idaho. From pizza to potato wedges, from burritos to the jalapeno flavored corn dogs, from candy, clothing, car accessories, and fountain drinks, convenience is fun. And Patterson Quick Stop and Patterson Easy Way help to fill your needs conveniently. They have something for everyone: food, fuel, and fun at Patterson Quick Stop in Soda Springs and Patterson Easy Way in Grace. Right here, right now.
If you're looking for live local sports, local news, weather, live classifieds, and free photo downloads, search no more. MyLocalRadio.com has what you want. Watch your teams live or browse the tens of thousands of photographs of Wyoming, Utah, and Idaho high school events, from speech and drama competitions, rodeo, an array of different athletics, activities, community events, and so much more. Visit MyLocalRadio.com today and find what you're looking for. Whether it's warm outside and you need an air conditioning system, or cold outside and you need a new natural gas furnace, Reed's Plumbing and Heating has what you need to keep your family comfortable, and there's never been a better time to convert to natural gas. With great service and expertise, Reed's is your all-weather friend in southeastern Idaho. Call us today, 208-547-4466, and we'll get right to work making your home comfortable and cozy. That's Reed's Plumbing and Heating at 208-547-4466. Natural gas, it's worth asking for.
So an announcement has been made. It sounds like the next game is going to be played about an hour later than it was supposed to. And so we will keep you posted on what all is going to go on. We're here at the Parma Invitational. I'm Caleb Burgraff. Kirby Martineau should be joining us at some point in time. We will be sending it back to regular programming, and we'll get back into our pregame show as soon as the clock winds down. Again, about 60 minutes until the start of the Nissa Bulldogs taking on the Soda Springs Lady Cardinals in our next contest here at the Parma Invitational. So everything getting pushed back by an hour, and we hope that you'll stick with us for that hour on KBRV The Bear, and of course online at mylocalradio.com.
Thanks for letting us use your script.
No problem, man. You be here tomorrow? I should be here tomorrow too. So
Yeah,
I'll be doing. Hopefully the girls will be playing you guys. So
because we play at 2:30.
I was gonna say hopefully the boys and girls will be playing you guys. And actually you play at 3:30.
Okay, I can
So
do that.
you guys will play at 3:30. So
Oh, 3:30.
yeah, your girls will play at 2. So
Coach Harris says for us to find all the balls. Make sure they all get through.
so now I have an hour extra time to sit and do nothing. Honestly good because I can get a Nissa rock. absolutely can. The outlets are right there. Do you need an extension cord, or do you think that would reach? I can stretch it over, but you want to switch it so. That works? Okay, perfect. Vale. I knew that I saw that you guys that WEISER had played him, but and I'm assuming Parma's played him too. I'm guessing then. Yeah. So.
Yeah, that's probably a series we didn't.
Yeah, it's not that good, or. Oh, gotcha.
For whatever reason.
That's what I'm thinking too. Almost like I've been here since 7, like getting set up, and then I didn't find out that Baker and Kansas like right at the end of the first girls game. They didn't find out that Baker Kansas until right at the end of the first girls game. So I said, everyone, isn't that like the first thing you would do is phone them and say, hey, we're not going to be there? I drove up last night. At least I got to spend the night in the hotel. But it's been one of those days. I knew as soon as I saw it snowing outside something was in there. I knew it. I didn't think it was going to be this like hectic and crazy. But by the way, boys are playing first. Boys will play first. Because WEISER's close. So, well, NISA had to collect all their players. So, because they didn't have a game day, they weren't going to be playing for all the days. So they have to collect all their players. WEISER was coming here anyway. They're only a half hour, 40 minutes up north. So, yeah, so it'll be the boys' game first, then the girls' game. You did? It's supposed to be video on the boys too. So. Oh, I need to go talk to Greg on that. That's fine. Hey, Greg. Good. Okay. How are you doing?
Maybe we should go down one more.
Thank you for reminding me on that. Okay, so with the camera work on the boys, same exact thing, except make sure you remember to start recording and stop recording at the beginning of action and at the end of action.
Then that's the button right there.
That's that button right there.
Beginning of action. Does that mean even timeouts and stuff?
No, stop for timeouts, and you don't have to shoot free throws, but if you take home with free throws, those are no going to be able to. So what Ben always does is opening tip, and then stop it if it's just a play that's, if it's a foul shot, he'll stop it for the first foul shot, but start it for the second foul shot. And then at the end of each quarter, just flash it up to the scoreboard, hit record, that's not it. So,
Do we just record the whole game?
well, it does,
Cuts it out.
but he cuts out pieces so that way the coaches aren't sitting there watching this no ball or something like that. Just a bunch of people standing around waiting for a free throw to be scored.
Okay. So you get the
If you have any questions, let me know.
tip.
So honestly, if you hit record at the tip and then just let it go until the end of the quarter and you stop at the end of the quarter, that's fine too. So. Oh, so I'm doing your game this time, but guess what? No, you had to come yourself because you didn't trust me to do your game. I see how it is.
Well, you
No,
know,
that's
you missed
fine.
a couple games, so.
Two.
Just kidding.
Two games, you'll never let. I'm gonna miss the third too, by the way.
Which one?
It's a home game. Because the girls are at
Don't be
Snake.
on a Tuesday or Thursday, though.
The girls are at Snake, and the boys are playing at home.
If it's on a Tuesday or Thursday, I can't be there, so
Well,
don't let it be on one of those 2 days.
I don't blame me. Blame Wade for scheduling girls games
Why are
on
the girls more important? Caleb?
because they're on the road, and the boys are at home. Don't. I have reasoning for all of this stuff. Just because it's not good reasoning doesn't mean it's not reasoning. It'll be the 3rd of January. No,
Oh, so that's a Tuesday.
and that is at Marsh Valley.
No, that's a home.
Okay, I was gonna say I thought that was home against Marsh
Yeah,
Valley.
so that's the day.
It'll be the 3rd of January. So I'm messing up. I'm screwing up. I'm sorry.
Will won't play much in that game, though. They play a fast-paced game, so like Willing, so I'll be alright.
Because of
As
his
long
knee.
as he doesn't like tears me out that day, I'll be okay. I mean,
Well, isn't that something you'd rather not
the
have on
last time
film?
I
Like, let's go like.
that last time I had to
relive
at
this.
volleyball in Pokey when Will got hurt. His what was it? He got the air knocked out of him. So at least I was glad you were there until the knee went straight and I didn't know if he was okay or not.
Oh man. So, and like I said, and you can tell if it's recording or not by right there. Honestly, and the biggest thing with the boys' game, worry more about the camera than you do about the television, so because that's their film. Yes, that would be fantastic. And anyone who's not here as well. Perfect. Thanks so much, Coach. Yeah. You know, how dare you leave stuff up here on my table? Plate. That's fine. What I put? Stealing my mom. I didn't know there was anything in it. I thought it was empty. Watch it. see like the Grace travel buses then. So that's what I'm shocked at. That more of these schools out here don't start doing the travel buses. Find another way to get money instead of taking it out of team travel expenses, you know? That's, oh man. I know you're not necessarily in agreement with that, but I'm just sitting there going like, it's still education. You learn just, honestly, I feel like some kids learn just as much, if not more, in sports than they do in school. Sometimes. Like, you still need your subjects, but if you're taking a teacher, you can't tell me that out of the gen ed, not the gen ed, but out of the electives that they take, that there aren't classes in there that are just, or like being a teacher's aide, I mean, so if you're going to tell me that, you learn more out of sports, you get to travel, you see things, I feel you're hurting that by what you guys. Yep. Yeah. And then they won't do anything.
There is something different about this time of year. While the weather turns cold, people gather together, but not around fires, but in the high school gym of Soda Springs, Grace, and North Gym. What brings them all together on cold nights like this? Only the common love of basketball. And as the boys of the county take to the stage once again, KBRV, the Bear, and My Local Radio join them on their journey through the long winter, with the end goal of the state championship lurking on the far side. This season, hopes are high. In all 3 schools, the excitement is growing. It's once more time to take the court. And the Cardinals, Cowboys, and Grizzlies are determined to make sure that the season is one to remember. This year, boys basketball is brought to you on KBRV by Monsanto, Hunsinger Ford, Silver Star Communications, and by Cook Brothers Broadcasting. The night is cold, so let the hot hands warm it up on your home for boys basketball all season long. KBRV, The Bear, and MyLocalRadio.com.
And welcome, ladies and gentlemen, out to the home of the Parma Holiday Invitational, which has been a rather confusing and clustered invitational right now. I think the best way to say it. Caleb Berggraf, Kirby Martineau here to my left, who will be running the camera for me today for both of these games. And we should have some good games coming up. It was going to be a little bit of a better game coming up for the girls, but we'll talk about that later. Things have been shuffled around. For those of you who do not know, the Baker City Bulldogs, the road's all closed in Oregon. The interstate has been shut down. Kirby, you saw the lockjaw that was happening here on the western side of Idaho on the interstate because of that. So instead of the Baker Bulldogs, it is going to be the Nissa Bulldogs, who did not have a game today. So their coach had to go and find and corral his team and somehow get everybody back together. In the meantime, they shuffled, and the WEISER game against the Soda Springs boys will be taking place first. So the WEISER Wolverines are on their way as they make another announcement, just making sure there wasn't anything that we needed to know there. The WEISER Wolverines should be here shortly, and we will have the boys of Soda taking on the WEISER Wolverines first, with the girls taking on the Nissa Bulldogs second.
You know, that is very confusing, but you look at it from a player's perspective. You know, they are all geared up to play one particular team and everything, and I'm sure there was some strategy talked about this morning before they even got here, and then they find out that team is not going to be here. They're going to be playing somebody entirely different.
And honestly, that was the first question I was going to ask you, Kirby, is as a coach, for the boys, it's not necessarily as big as a rough spot as I think it sounds like, because they're still playing the same team. They just got bumped up a little bit earlier. But they had time. They were here about 40 minutes ago, and they've had time to just kind of sit around, go to the locker room, get their heads wrapped around it. But for the girls, a completely different team, a team that you don't even know at all. They would have known who Baker was. What do you do if you're Coach Schwanevelt when you look at trying to fix that around?
Well, you know, there's several different factors you have to look at. The size of the team, the speed of the team, you know, what their strengths and weaknesses are. And you talked about that already, you know, with the girls. And so they kind of knew what they were going to get into. And now it changes entirely. And I don't know how much time they're going to have to really sit down and discuss the strengths and the weaknesses of the opponent they're going to be facing. But it does change things a lot. So they're just going to have to wing it. I do think the earlier game, had it worked out the way it was scheduled, would have been a better game for them. But, you know, they'll still come out and they'll play hard. One thing about the Cardinals is they don't give up. They'll play tough from beginning to end, and they'll play the same style of ball.
And when it comes to Nissa, we do not have a roster for them yet, so I will warn you, we're going to try, and we are trying to get a roster for them. And once they get here, we will try and get one at least from the book that they're going to have down there. As far as the boys, before we get into our interviews, because we do have interviews lined up, believe it or not, for today's game. I mean, this day has not gone according to plan at all, but we do still have some things worked out. When it comes to the boys, what are some of the things that they're doing? They've been out there on the court warming up for a long time now. The WEISER team still yet to get onto the court, still yet to get here to the arena. Is this good for the boys that they get to be out there kind of just messing around and relaxing, or do you think this is something that could hurt them with the fact that they're using energy right now?
Oh, I don't think. When you're that young, you have a lot of energy to burn. and what little excess energy they're going to burn just shooting around out there is not going to affect them at all. But on the other hand, getting a little more familiar with the floor and all that kind of thing, and knowing where their shots are and where they come from, I think is a real advantage. So I think the longer they have that they can stand around out there and just shoot, I think is good. They're not playing tough where they're really exerting a lot of energy. They're just mostly shooting, and I think that's good at this point.
Should be a fun contest. We will have our standout student coming up next after this quick break on KBRV The Bear and MyLocalRadio.com here from Parma, Idaho at the Parma Holiday Invitational, the shuffled and reorganized Parma Holiday Invitational on KBRV The Bear and MyLocalRadio.com.
This presentation of Caribou County Athletics is being brought to you by State Farm Insurance of Montpelier, Idaho. State Farm is here to help life go right. Call Scott at 208-847-0141 for personal service.
Let technology make life a little easier and give you peace of mind about your home. With affordable security and smart home options, SilverStar makes it easy to take the first step. Keep an eye on what's important to you and be able to act before an incident becomes an emergency. You're in good hands when you choose SilverStar. We've been bringing cutting-edge technology and star treatment customer service to Eastern Idaho and Western Wyoming for nearly 70 years. Call us today and ask about our starter security and smart home packages.
Get it to go at Patterson Quick Stop in Soda Springs and Patterson Easy Way in Grace, Idaho. From pizza to potato wedges, from burritos to the jalapeno flavored corn dogs, from candy, clothing, car accessories, and fountain drinks, convenience is fun. And Patterson Quick Stop and Patterson Easy Way help to fill your needs conveniently. They have something for everyone: food, fuel, and fun at Patterson Quick Stop in Soda Springs and Patterson Easy Way in Grace. Right here, right now.
If you're looking for live local sports, local news, weather, live classifieds, and free photo downloads, search no more. MyLocalRadio.com has what you want. Watch your teams live or browse the tens of thousands of photographs of Wyoming, Utah, and Idaho high school events, from speech and drama competitions, rodeo, an array of different athletics, activities, community events, and so much more. Visit MyLocalRadio.com today and find what you're looking for. Whether it's warm outside and you need an air conditioning system, or cold outside and you need a new natural gas furnace, Reed's Plumbing and Heating has what you need to keep your family comfortable, and there's never been a better time to convert to natural gas. With great service and expertise, Reed's is your all-weather friend in southeastern Idaho. Call us today, 208-547-4466, and we'll get right to work making your home comfortable and cozy. That's Reed's Plumbing and Heating at 208-547-4466. Natural gas, it's worth asking for.
Caleb Bergraff joined here with Cami Inskeep, who is a freshman at Soda Springs High School and our standout student for this week. And first of all, Cami, what's the freshman year been like? Have you been adjusting well?
I've adjusted pretty well. It's pretty nice here compared to the middle school. I like it much better.
What are some of the biggest differences that you've noticed between the high school environment and the middle school environment?
The teachers are more strict about when your homework's supposed to be due, but I think it's better for the students anyway to get their homework on time.
When you think about the classes you're in, what are some of the ones that you've really enjoyed so far this year? What are your favorite subjects to take?
My favorite subjects are art, English, and math.
What draws you to those? Is there anything about being creative, or is it something about trying to challenge yourself when it comes to math?
When it comes to math, I just like to learn how to get an equation done, at least, so that I understand it and that I'm able to use it in my future.
As far as the other two classes in English and art, are those more just ones where you can express yourself a little bit better?
Yeah.
What's your favorite type of English to write about? Is it short stories, essays, novels? What's your favorite type of English to get into?
I guess stories. I like to write different kinds of stories.
Is there a favorite genre?
No.
Just whatever comes into your mind. Teachers always make a big difference as well, and shifting from the middle school to the high school, a brand new set of teachers for you, a couple ones that cross over. Are there any ones that you've really been drawn to so far this year?
Not really.
Any teachers from the middle school that you really had a good time learning from or really helped you out?
Yeah, Mrs. Jensen.
What did she do, and what do you look for in a teacher? What makes a good learning environment for you?
She was just always there to help us understand if we didn't get something, and she just helped us understand what we were trying to get, and that's kind of what I like in a teacher, I guess.
When you think about other things, high school gives you a lot of chances to be in clubs, groups, and you're going to be taking part in one. What are you going to be excited about for next year when it comes to that group?
I can't honestly say. I've never really experienced any of this, so it's going to be all new.
Are you excited for the new step and putting yourself out there for something that you haven't experienced before?
Yes, I'm really excited.
What else are you excited about for high school? You have another 3.5 years left here. What are some of the things that you're looking forward to for sophomore, junior, senior years?
I'm hoping to get a scholarship in something at least, and so that I'm able to go to college.
It's definitely a good goal to set for yourself because you got to set it early, because if you fall behind early, I'll tell you that from my experience, you get stuck back there. To wrap it all up, we'll ask you 2 more questions. The first one is, what is advice that you would give to another 8th grader coming up here for next year?
Keep up on your studies. Don't fall behind, or else you will regret it later in life.
And when you think about coming to school at Soda Springs, what are things that you enjoy about this school district, or even just the high school experience?
How friendly people are to you and how willing they are to help you out with anything.
We appreciate you talking with us. You're a standout student for this week, as we said, and good luck as you continue on through your high school career.
Thank you so much.
This presentation of Caribou County Athletics is being brought to you by Arctic Circle of Soda Springs, where you can get burgers made from premium Black Angus beef, as well as fries and onion rings with their delicious fry sauce. Be sure to top it all off with a soft serve cone piled high and dipped with their delicious chocolate topping.
In a word, breastfeeding is amazing.
It's empowering. It's the best thing I can do for my baby.
It's rewarding.
While every mom has a different way of describing breastfeeding, we all need help and encouragement. So know that support is there for you, from your family or from your friends. And at womenshealth.gov/it's only natural.
Breastfeeding. It's only natural.
Mother's love, mother's milk. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
I'm just a kid, and I've got asthma. You know just how upset I can get when I have an asthma attack. But you can help me to fight my asthma. Put my teddy bear in the freezer to wipe out dust mites. Dry off my rubber duckies and bath toys to get rid of mold.
Discover other simple ways to prevent an asthma attack. Visit noattacks.org, brought to you by the U.S. EPA and the Ad Council.
Because I don't want to feel like a fish with no water.
Caribou County Athletics on KBRV are brought to you by Bear Lake Dental, where their commitment is to provide you with the highest standard of personalized dental care in a gentle, efficient, and professional manner. Call 208-847-0153 to schedule your appointment with Bear Lake Dental.
Are you among the millions of Americans living with chronic pain? If so, you may think prescription opioids are the solution. Truth is, opioids only mask the pain, and they come with serious side effects, from nausea to withdrawal symptoms to overdose. There is another choice: physical therapy. Physical therapists treat pain through movement and exercise. Choose physical therapy. Visit moveforwardpt.com. This public service announcement is brought to you by the American Physical Therapy Association.
This production of Caribou County Athletics is being brought to you by London Drug and Grace, your good neighbor pharmacy, locally owned, locally loved.
Welcome back out once again to the Parma Holiday Invitational. We've been sitting silently, stoically, and wonderingly above the gym here at Parma High School as we wait for the boys of Soda Springs to take on the WEISER Wolverines. In case you are just joining or just tuning in, there has been a rather large change in what's going to be going on here at this Holiday Invitational. The Baker Lady Bulldogs had to cancel their appearance at this tournament after the freeways and the interstate coming in from Oregon were closed because of a storm that is hitting here that is on its way to the Soda Springs area. So, by the way, this storm is real. It is not like some of the other ones that have been a figment of your imagination. Now, it hasn't dropped a lot of snow, but it has dropped enough to make travel conditions rather interesting out there on the roadways, and it's not enough necessary for the plows to pick up a lot of the snow yet. So that is where we are sitting right now. WEISER has just arrived at the building, and they are going to be getting things set up. We had a chance to talk with Coach Brad Adolphson. We'll be bringing you his interview in a bit. We also had a chance to talk with Dylan Downs from the Soda Springs Cardinals, and we will be bringing his interview to you in a little bit as well once they get that 15-minute clock started. But Kirby, now this is just a chance for us to kind of talk a little bit about what exactly some of the things that are going on in District 5, District 6, Eastern Idaho, and what exactly the picture is starting to look like right now, particularly on the girls' side. But we'll start off with the boys' side. This team is 2-4. They are very talented, And the district that they are in is looking like it could be a little bit more of a fight than I think a lot of people were expecting it to be, as right now Aberdeen sits at 4-2, and then Westside still sitting in there at 1-5, but they're much like the Soda Springs Cardinals, figuring out who they are. When you have a district that is that jumbled and with that many different teams, how do you look at that as a player or a coach?
Well, the conference that Soda Springs plays in has always been a very tough and very competitive conference. This year is not going to be any different. It's going to be a little more balanced this year than I think it has been in past years. But, everyone's going to have to focus on what they do and do it the best they can. And if they do that, I think Soda Springs will be very competitive. I don't think the record that they have right now is really indicative of the type of talent that they really have. And I think you'll see them do a lot of good ball playing this year, and they'll win a lot of ball games.
I think so too. And one of the biggest questions about this boys team right now has just been playing together. The talent is obviously there. I don't think anybody can sit there and say, your Ridge Thompsons, your Henry Workmans, your Trey Smiths, your Riley Harris, none of them are going to sit there and say that they don't have weapons on the team. I mean, you can list off 5 deep on this team that can play on any team across the state. But playing together and playing great are two different things, or having talent and playing together are two completely different things.
One thing that makes it different is when you compare that with the girls' teams, they've played together for a long time. Most of these girls have played together since they were in junior high. And so when they get to the high school level, that makes an entirely different type of a team as far as coaching goes. These kids know what the other kids are going to do, and all the coach has to do really is put together some offenses and defenses and let the kids run it, and they'll do very well. But as you mentioned, on the other side, when you look at the boys, when you don't have boys play together all those years and just throw them together on the floor for one particular year, then they've got to learn a lot of additional things other than just a good offense and a good defense.
And that's one of the things when you lose such a core that you lost last year, and we haven't really talked about this with the boys at all this season, is the fact that they didn't lose a lot, but the pieces they lost from last year's team were big pieces. Josh Balls as well as Tanner Myers being the main 2 that they lost, but you lost leadership in those, and I think that's been the biggest thing the boys team's been lacking to this point in time, has been somebody taking over in that leadership role.
That's really true, but on the other hand, when you're in high school playing sports, you've got to know that every year you're going to have a different team than you had the year before. There's very few exceptions to that rule. You might start out with a very young team with a lot of freshmen and sophomores on it, and then you're fortunate enough to have them for a junior and senior year. But that's not usually the case. Usually you're going to end up with an entirely different team from one year to the next, and you have to start all over again.
And that is going to be the case next year. This team that the Cardinals are putting out there right now, 10 players on the team, 7 of them are seniors, which means this really is the last go-around. That's something I talked about with Dylan Downs, and we'll talk about it more in the interview, but I'll ask you the same question I asked him. When you have that many kids on a team that it is their last go-around, that it is there is no future for them unless a college decides to take a look at them and say, hey, we're going to bring you on, which for most kids at a two-way school it's really just not there on the horizon unless they go out there and find it themselves. Does that help having that many seniors on the team?
There's 2 things to look at when you have that type of a situation. First off, when you have 7 seniors on the team, they want to win. They want this to be their year. They want it to be a year that they can remember for a long time and walk away from the sport, if they don't go on to college, with good memories of what their achievements were when they were in high school. On the other hand, you have to look at the other younger players coming up. If they don't have any seniors left the next year coming up, then they've got to start all over again. So they start looking at who's going to be the leader on this team, who's going to step up and replace so-and-so that graduated. And then they start mentally going through this in their mind, trying to get things together, focused for the next year, and they'll start the season next year with a lot of hopes.
And that's another thing about this team is when you look at the core that they're building from, yes, Ridge Thompson is a big piece of it. Yes, Will Sims is a big piece of it as well. You look down the list, Dylan Downs probably another big name as far as just being a leader on the team. But as far as the athletic core, Henry Workman, Trey Smith, Riley Harris, those 3 are realistically the best scorers on the team when it comes to the underclassmen. And all 3 of them are the underclassmen. They outside of Ridge Thompson, usually are accumulating the 3rd through 4th best, or 2nd through 4th most points on the team.
And I agree. And those 3, they could be the nucleus of a good team again next year. they have to take these underclassmen under their wing and help them and work out together and to kind of show them the ropes. And hopefully in that senior year for them, which would be next year, they'll turn out to have a good season as well.
Yeah, we are still here at the Parma Invitational awaiting the game between the Soda Springs boys and the WEISER Wolverines, as that game is going to be taking place right here in just about 15 minutes. We're waiting. WEISER, it looks like, is getting changed in their locker room. The Soda Springs boys are changed in their locker room. And in case, again, you're just now joining us, the Lady Cardinals will be playing a new team, as Baker City had to cancel after the interstates got frozen. Or frozen, closed, however you want to talk about it. It's cold enough outside that they probably did get frozen. So they will be having a new opponent. That'll be the Nissa Bulldogs. And with that game coming up, we'll now shift our attention over to the Lady Cardinals. A new opponent, new face. We talked about just trying to figure out what you're going to do. But the other thing is they're standing around for a long time at this point in time. They have not really had much to do. They've been out there and they've been shooting around once again. But when you have this much downtime between the game, when you didn't expect to have this much downtime, you were supposed to be the next game. Now you've got to stand around at a gym and wait for 2 hours, 2.5, 3 hours. What does that do to you when the other team is going to be coming here? Granted, they weren't planning on having a game today, but they're coming here and pretty much fresh once they get here.
Well, if they were old like I am, it would have a real impact on them. You know, they'd be tired out there on the floor and dragging and all that kind of stuff. But you're talking about young kids, and these young people, they just have a lot of energy. And I think what they're doing is great. They love the game of basketball. They don't mind sitting and watching another game before they have a chance to play again. They'll make the most of it. And, you know, the thing that you don't talk about a whole lot, part of basketball is coming together as a team. This gives them a chance to do that. You know, they get to shoot around out there. They'll come over on the bench during the next game. They'll all sit together. They always do. And they'll cheer on the boys' team. And they just love the game. And I think what they're doing is great. I don't think it's going to affect them at all.
And I think the team that are going to be playing, Nissa, I was talking with the athletic director, and she didn't want to say this was as a negative thing, but Nissa, a 3A school from Oregon, Baker City, a 4A school from Oregon, and she said, you know what, it's better than a JV team coming in here. And the reason being is because whenever you go from a 4A school down to a 3A school, there's always going to be a difference in the competition that you're playing in. I think the Cardinals, again, with the teams they've played and what they've shown against those teams, Baker City was the team they played in the championship last year. Nissa was, I think, at this tournament, but did not play that well in this tournament last year. So you're looking at a team that is going to be rebuilding and is looking for a game.
It's going to be interesting to see just how they respond. On the other hand, too, when you take a team that's prepared for one opponent and end up with another, it's going to be kind of interesting to see how they match up. For the Cardinals, I think you would have to assume that they're going to be the more powerful team on the floor. They've done a great job this season. And I think that they're going to be the favorite team. But, you know, there's more to the ball game here than just winning the game. They're preparing for the state tournament. That's what they're really preparing for, to get there and not just get there, but to be competitive when you get there. So they'll have a chance to work on a lot of things in this ball game that normally they wouldn't do because they definitely want to win.
And looking ahead to what this tournament will bring, you talk about preparing for the state tournament, the next game is really going to be a test for them, especially if they can beat Nissa, because Caldwell came out. I was watching them play Marsing, and at one point in time, if people remember back to what the Cardinals looked like against Westside, what the Cardinals looked like against Aberdeen, tight contest for about a half into the third quarter, and then all of a sudden it exploded into a blowout. Well, the same thing happened between Marsing and Caldwell earlier on this afternoon. Caldwell beat Marsing 68-36. Believe it or not, that game in the middle of the second quarter was a 1-point ball game.
Well, and look at some of the games Toto's played this year. As you mentioned, we have not had the best first half, but yet we've come on strong in the third and fourth quarters to really pull away and win by a pretty good margin. So it'll be interesting to see how they respond today. But I'm mostly looking at the opportunity they're going to have to run some different plays, experiment on some things that they haven't done this year, and see if they can improve the skills they've already got, and hopefully that'll better prepare them for the remainder of district play and then going into a state tournament.
Well, as far as the rest of the schedule is looking right now, again, Caldwell beat Marsing 68-36 this morning on the girls' side. Over on the boys' side, Caldwell beat Ambrose 62-37. Soda Springs again taking on WEISER on the boys' side coming up next. If they win, they will play at 3:30 tomorrow. If they lose, they will play at 9:30 tomorrow, which is a big difference in when you have to get up and be here. I know I'm really hoping that they come away with the win and are able to play tomorrow afternoon, so it gives a little bit of extra time at the hotel to sit and do nothing. If the girls end up winning today, they play at 2 o'clock tomorrow. If they lose today, they'll play at 8 o'clock tomorrow in the first game of the day.
I don't want to come for the first game of the day.
I figured that would be the case.
We had a hard time getting here at the time that the second game was supposed to start. But I don't think people realize just how bad the weather is right here. It's the freeway was an absolute mess when we came up this morning. The traffic was completely stopped. We actually got off the freeway. We were lucky we were right by an off-ramp and kind of went around all the congestion. And it was probably about 5 or 6 miles long where they were totally stopped. And so people in Soda Springs, be prepared because it's moving your way.
And it's definitely going to hit you guys. And with the blowing snow and the wind, I think that's the thing that makes it the deepest, because this is, again, same thing as like that last storm that hit Soda Springs, a lot of light snow. And it's definitely going to be one of those that I don't know if it'll necessarily be to the blizzard conditions it was in Malad on Saturday and Sunday, but it is still going to be one of those that'll drop a couple of inches. I don't know. Was it still snowing when you got here?
It was still snowing.
It's been snowing in that case from about 6:30 this morning when I woke up at my hotel or left the hotel till about now. I don't know if it's actually stopped at all in that period of time.
One thing that was interesting when we walked into the gym, there was a man in front of me, and I guess he was a little upset because the schedule changed for the games, the women's game. And he made the comment, how can a team drive 350 miles and get here early, and the other team drive 40 miles and can't get here at all? But, you know, what you have to keep in mind, if you're only 40 miles away, you don't come until that morning. And this storm came in after Soda Springs team already got here. And so they had to fight the elements, and that's what closed the road down coming out of Baker this morning.
And when it comes to Baker, Baker is not 40 miles away. Baker is a good 2.5, 3.5 hour drive on normal conditions away from Parma. And so while, yes, normally you leave at 8 o'clock, you get here on time, but with the interstates locked up, no chance for them to get out here. We still have 15 minutes to wait. It looks like the two teams, the boys of Soda and the WEISER Wolverines, getting set to come out of the court. The Soda Springs boys waiting on the far side of the hallway, coming from their locker room. Greg Bergholm having a quick word with them, and the WEISER Wolverines are getting set to come out of their locker room, you would assume, as well. And as soon as they take to the court, the 15 minutes will start, and we will get you into an interview that we were able to do with Coach Brad Adolphson of the WEISER Wolverines. As for right now, we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we'll have more coming from the Parma Holiday Invitational in this wintry wonderland that is Boise and Parma on Western Idaho on KBRV The Bear and MyLocalRadio.com.
This broadcast of high school sports is being made possible by the Mound Valley Cattle Company in Thatcher, Idaho, serving Utah, Idaho, and Wyoming.
So, who's going to do what? Flashlights?
Nowhere to be found.
Emergency supply kits?
Not packed.
What about blankets?
We have an old towel.
Cell phones?
May not work.
Emergency water?
Not a drop.
Perfect. We all know where we're meeting if we're separated.
The library. On Jones' house. The bus stop.
And I'll be waiting here wondering where you all are. Great. It sounds like we don't have a plan.
Winging it is not an emergency plan. Make sure your kids know what to do during an emergency, who to call, where to meet, what to pack. Visit ready.gov/kids for tips and information. Brought to you by FEMA and the Ad Council.
Caribou County Athletics are being brought to you by Bear River Head Start, where they are now accepting applications for preschool. Call 435-755-0181 and enroll your 3- or 4-year-old children today.
I missed a mortgage payment, but now I'm turning things around. With Sam, I can.
Sam is Smart About Money, a free online resource from the National Endowment for Financial Education. We're an independent nonprofit foundation dedicated to helping people just like you get sound information about money at samican.org.
Business has fallen off at work, but I'm getting prepared for whatever the future holds. With Sam, I can.
Get empowered. Reach your financial goals. Visit samican.org.
Paralyzed Veterans of America, National Service Officers.
We've got an entire generation of men and women who have seen war. They're going to need voices.
Paralyzed Veterans of America represents them.
We're going to make sure that the Veterans Affairs gives them everything that they're entitled to.
Get all the health care they need.
Making a person's house adaptable.
And we also focus on getting them a job.
We help our veterans for free.
Changing lives, building futures. That's Paralyzed Veterans of America. To learn more, visit pva.org. A public service message from Paralyzed Veterans of America.
This presentation of Caribou County Athletics is being brought to you by Troy Young Plumbing and Heating. Call 208-221-0581 for all your plumbing needs, including new installs and remodels, repairs, furnace installation, and more.
Welcome back out to the home of the Parma Invitational. I'm Caleb Burgraff. Kirby Martineau to my left as we are still awaiting the appearance of the WEISER Wolverines on the court. We're going to hold off on our interviews and getting those to you until those two teams take the court. And as we speak, the WEISER Wolverines in their red and whites with the Wisconsin W on the left side of their chest, getting set to take to the court, coached by Brad Adolphson, who has taken them to a 7-0 record at the start of this year. And this is a team, I was talking with them, you'll hear about this in the interview as well. This is not their first trip to Parma. They are in the same district as Parma. This is also their not first trip to this tournament, as in the 3 years that this tournament's been played, they have been in the championship twice, this being the third year that this tournament's been played. They lost to Soda Springs 2 years ago. They lost to Parma last year. I'll tell you what, when you're a coach, does that do anything to say, we want that win more than at another time?
I don't know that it really has a big bearing on it. You know, when kids come to play, they want to win. When coaches come to coach a team in any kind of a tournament or even out of a tournament, they want to win. So I don't know that it really has a lot of bearing on the game. They want to win no matter where or when they play or who.
It's definitely something that is on a coach's mind. We had a chance to sit down and talk with the head coach of the WEISER Wolverines, and Coach Brad Adolphson joins us on KBRV The Bear and MyLocalRadio.com.
Caleb Burgraff joined here with Brad Adolphson from the WEISER Wolverines. And Coach, you guys so far are having a very good season. You're undefeated on the year. Was this the way that you expected this year to go, especially with having a team that's as deep and as veteran as it is?
Well, you know, I don't know that I expected to be undefeated at this point. You know, we're always going to set ourselves up with high expectations, and so you know, we're definitely pleased with where we're at, but realize that you know, there's a lot of room to get better, and you know, we're deep, but we're inexperienced. We don't have a ton of varsity experience, and so getting those kids used to the speed of varsity game has been real key for us.
You guys get to look at teams that aren't necessarily just from Idaho. You get to mix up the teams that you play a little bit more with being on the Idaho border. What does that do when you get to play teams from Oregon and see not just different teams, but different styles of play?
Well, I think it's you know, it gives us a little bit of an advantage as far as you know, teams in Oregon tend to play a little bit more zone, you know, and mix things up a little bit more. We see a lot of man in our conference, and so it gives us a little chance to work on both of those things. But you know, it really we'll play whoever's on our schedule, and it doesn't really matter who it is. Our kids are going to show up and play 32 minutes of hard-nosed basketball.
Well, when you look at this tournament, this is a comfortable gym for you to come and play in. You play in this gym already just as a regular conference game. But last year in the tournament, you guys ended up making the championship game, losing by 1 to Parma. Is there any desire to finish the job this year? Is that something you guys talked about here at this tournament?
Well, you know, it's funny. We've played in the last 2 years the championship game here, and Soda beat us 2 years ago, and you know, Parma beat us by 1 last year, and so I have 2 second-place trophies sitting in my classroom, and I did remind boys that I'd like to see what the other one looks like. But you know, it's fun. Really, what we use it as is you know, our goal every year is to make the state tournament and to play 3 days in a row, to feel what your legs feel like on that second and third consecutive game is kind of what we use it for in preparation of, hey, this is kind of what a state tournament feels like, and so that's kind of really how we sell it to our kids is hey, our ultimate goal is to play in the state tournament every year, and this is what it's going to feel like.
We'll wrap it up with this, Coach, and that's tonight, opening game. A little bit of a shuffle right now and trying to figure out when and where and how everything's going to get matched up. What are the things that you need your team to do when you push all that to the side? What's the biggest thing they need to do to win?
Well, I think the biggest thing is when they put the uniform on and they come out. At that point in time, we need an hour and a half of focus on nothing but basketball. And, in between the lines, it has to be nothing but basketball, and we can't worry about what time, who, what, when, where. Just play our brand of basketball and see where things turn out.
Coach, it's been a successful season for you so far. Hopefully another great run here in the tournament, and we'll be looking forward to watching.
Thank you very much.
That was Coach Brad Adolphson of the WEISER Wolverines. And Kirby, is there anything that stood out to you in that interview as far as things that he said?
Well, there were several things that I really enjoyed hearing a high school coach talk about. One, he is really looking to qualify for the state tournament, and that's really the way high school players should look at. Most of them, and I remember when I was going to school, we were always looking to qualify for the district tournament and come out of the district tournament in pretty good shape. Nowadays, that's not good enough. Now, especially in Soda Springs, because we've been fortunate enough to go to state so many years in a row, I think it would be just deflate these kids if they didn't make the state tournament this year. So first thing they talk about when they start basketball season is, what do we got to do to get to the state tournament? And then that's what they work on all the way through.
Other things that I think were impressive that he was saying during that talk, and I think the most impressive thing in my opinion was the fact that he realizes that even though he does have a lot of seniors, and when you go down his roster, it's stacked. He's got 6 or 7 seniors on a team of 15 kids. 14 today because one of them unfortunately did not make the bus on the way over here, again, due to the weather. But even with that, he says, you know what, we're still not a veteran team. We still rely a lot on some of our younger players to come out there and play well for us. And so his expectations kind of fit the mold of what his team is, of saying, look, we expect to get there, we expect to be competitive, but I'm not going to tell you how exactly we're going to do it because I'm going to shape it around what the team is.
A team can be successful by having a lot of seniors for that particular year, but to have a successful program, then you have to rely on the underclassmen as they come up and participate as well. You put 7 seniors out there on the floor, yeah, they might can win the conference this year, but what's going to happen next year? But on the other hand, if you put 7 seniors in uniform and then you play 4 or 5 people off the bench, then your program next year is going to be a lot better than what it would have been otherwise. So you have to count on these younger players as well and give them as much playing time as possible.
By the way, a couple of updates on the Cardinals that I just noticed out there. Riley Harris not with the team tonight, and also not suited up for the team and not here, as far as I can tell, is Morgan Steele. So only 8 of the 10 normal Cardinals out there on the court. We'll see what happens with this. Expect a faster game, I would assume, with missing Riley Harris, and we'll see what the guard position brings without Morgan Steele. We had a chance to talk with Dylan Downs. He'll join us after this next break on KBRV The Bear and online with our live video stream at mylocalradio.com.
This presentation of Caribou County Athletics is being brought to you by Crop Production Services of Bancroft. Call 208-648-7891 to learn how to get the best production out of your crops.
When the time comes, you'll want true compassion balanced with clinical care for your mom or dad, grandma or grandpa. Edgewood Assisted Living Center in Soda Springs provides a warm, caring, and secure environment for individuals who need medication assistance, healthy meals, and assistance with daily activities. You can help by introducing them to our Assisted Living Center. Come on in for a tour and consultation. Find out about our monthly move-in specials and respite visits. Furnished suites are available. Call 208-547-0257. The Edgewood Assisted Living Center in Soda Springs, Idaho, a place to call home.
Hi, I'm Todd Hunziker. Most dealers focus on the experience you have just a few moments that you're in their store. At Hunziker Ford, we want to keep you happy forever, and to prove it, we offer warranty forever at no cost to you. So here's the deal. All you have to do is follow the maintenance schedule on virtually anything you buy from us, and the expensive powertrain components are covered forever. That's Todd Hunziker Ford, just east of Lava Hot Springs on Highway 30. It's just that simple.
It's time for us to take a look at your Lalaton's food specials for the weeks of December 15th through the 28th. And if you're doing any holiday baking, Lalaton's is the place to go. Grab Western Family 4-pound bags of granulated sugar for $1.49. Western Family 10-pound bags of all-purpose bleached or unbleached flour is $2.99. Baking chips are 2 bags for $4. Western Family 2-pound bags of brown or powdered sugar are just 99 cents, and Western Family sweet cream salted or unsalted butter is 2 boxes for $5. That's a look at just some of your Lalaton's food specials in Soda Springs.
Imagine a mining company who nurtures butterflies. At Monsanto, we plant wildflower seeds on recently mined land. The flowers support a thriving butterfly population, which then feeds small birds, who are in turn hunted by eagles and hawks. By paying attention to nature's detail, Monsanto sustains a broader ecosystem. That's one reason why 6 federal and state agencies have honored us with their highest award for excellence in annual operations. Monsanto. Imagine.
Back out here at the Parma Invitational.
Caleb Burgraff joined here with...
Alongside Kirby Martineau. Making sure I figure out where exactly the buttons I'm pushing go. We had a chance to talk with Dylan Downs. We have about 5.5 minutes until the start of the Soda Springs boys taking on the WEISER Wolverines. Back with the interview with Dylan Downs right now on KBRV The Bear and MyLocalRadio.com.
Caleb Burgraff here with Dylan Downs from the Soda Springs boys basketball team. And Dylan, you guys as a team so far have had your ups and downs on the year, but it seems like you're slowly starting to find a groove, and the defense has definitely been picking up as the year's gone on. What have been some of the things that you've noticed the team's really been improving on?
I think we've been coming together as a team better and figuring out which player is going to do which, and we can trust in each other now. Now that Trey, we've kind of figured out what the kind of game he plays. I think we've adjusted to the game he plays compared to with everybody else that we've had in the last couple of years. And yeah, we're getting better. I think this tournament will help us come together as a team better even. So.
That was going to be one of my next questions. What do road trips like this do for you guys when you get to come and spend this much time just away from home and as a team together in a hotel?
It's just an awesome experience for us just because we come closer, and then that changes over into the games, and it's always helped us in the past years. Like I've seen it as later in the year, middle of January, that's when we starting to win games, and I think that's because of this right here.
This tournament, you're going to be facing a tough team in your first test with WEISER. They're coming in undefeated, but it's not like you guys haven't played tough teams already. What does the early season schedule do in your eyes to prepare you guys?
I think with these teams that we've been playing, it's going to help us a ton once we get into district play and everything. These tougher teams help us get better. Even if we don't win all the time, we definitely get better over them.
When you think about the team and what they do well, we talked about the defense. Offensively, though, you guys are still trying to figure out where you really want to develop your offense the most. Inside, you have a good presence, but outside, yourself as well as Ridge and Kyle can really light up the three-point shot. Where do you think the team's strongest at this point?
We've got a lot of big guys, but I think we need to improve everywhere, honestly. Our offense really isn't the greatest right now, but if we all work on what we need to, I think in the end we'll be right where we want to.
Talking about the defense, you guys have really had a tenacious defense so far. You really go after every ball. The hustle seems to be there. What drives that out of you guys? Is it something the coaches say, or is it just a personal desire to push it as far as you can?
Just the desire to win I see in all of my teammates, including me. We want to win more than anybody out there, so we try to get every ball just to put it in the hoop.
Final question for you, and that's, you're a senior-laden squad this year. Does that help when you have that many kids that realize it's their last season and are really pushing for the same goal?
Yes, it helps a ton, actually, I think, because just like football season, I always tried my hardest and everything because I knew it was going to be my last hurrah. So I pushed myself through everything knowing it was my last time going to be out here. So.
Well, Dylan, I appreciate it. We'll wish you the best luck in this tournament, and hopefully we'll be talking about the Cardinals coming away with 3 wins.
Thank you.
This broadcast of high school sports is being made possible by the Mound Valley Cattle Company in Thatcher, Idaho, serving Utah, Idaho, and Wyoming.
So, who's going to do what? Flashlights?
Nowhere to be found.
Emergency supply kits?
Not packed.
What about blankets?
We have an old towel.
Cell phones?
May not work.
Emergency water?
Not a drop.
Perfect. We all know where we're meeting if we're separated.
The library.
On Jones' house. The bus stop.
And I'll be waiting here wondering where you all are. Great. It sounds like we don't have a plan.
Winging it is not an emergency plan. Make sure your kids know what to do during an emergency, who to call, where to meet, what to pack. Visit ready.gov/kids for tips and information. Brought to you by FEMA and the Ad Council.
Caribou County Athletics are being brought to you by Bear River Head Start, where they are now accepting applications for preschool. Call 435-755-0181 and enroll your 3- or 4-year-old children today.
I missed a mortgage payment, but now I'm turning things around. With Sam, I can.
SAM is Smart About Money, a free online resource from the National Endowment for Financial Education. We're an independent nonprofit foundation dedicated to helping people just like you get sound information about money at samican.org.
Business has fallen off at work, but I'm getting prepared for whatever the future holds. With Sam, I can.
Get empowered. Reach your financial goals. Visit samican.org.
Paralyzed Veterans of America, National Service Officers.
We've got an entire generation of men and women who have seen war. They're going to need voices.
Paralyzed Veterans of America represents them.
We're going to make sure that the Veterans Affairs gives them everything that they're entitled to.
Get all the health care they need.
Making a person's house adaptable.
And we also focus on getting them a job.
We help our veterans for free.
Changing lives, building futures. That's Paralyzed Veterans of America. To learn more, visit pva.org. A public service message from Paralyzed Veterans of America.
This presentation of Caribou County Athletics is being brought to you by Troy Young Plumbing and Heating. Call 208-221-0581 for all your plumbing needs, including new installs and remodels, repairs, furnace installation, and more.
Welcome back out to the home of the Parma Holiday Invitational, as we are just about set for basketball finally after an hour and 10-minute delay from where we were. Caleb Bergraff alongside Kirby Martineau. It's this time for us to jump into our starting lineups, which are being brought to you by Mountain View Dental, where they provide general and cosmetic dentistry for the whole family. And as the Cardinals will be taken to the court, we look at the starting lineups for the Cardinals, and they will be running out there with Henry Workman, Trey Smith, Kyle Olson, Ridge Thompson, and Will Sims as their starting five. On the other side for WEISER, Bridger Bumgarner will be starting. Alberto Sanchez will be behind him. Isaac Torello alongside Alex Avalos Rios and Dylan Earlbach as the opening tip is up and taken by the WEISER Wolverines, and they will bring it forward up the court. It'll be taken by Isaac Tolero, gives over to the right side, picked up by Bumgarner, steps to the top of the key, fires up a three ball. He's fouled on the play. And quickly, the WEISER Wolverines are going to have a three-point opportunity coming up on their side of the court with 3 free throws for Bridger Bumgarner. Foul picked up by Ridge Thompson goes as the senior's first, and the first free throw from Bumgarner, nothing but net as it clicks through the cords. And it gives the WEISER Wolverines a 1-0 lead on the Summit Welding and Construction scoreboard. Second free throw by Bumgarner up and good. WEISER, a team that, again, deep and definitely plays with plenty of desire, as the third free throw follows the first two down. Bridger Bumgarner gives the Wolverines a 3-0 lead with 7:42 to go. Thompson into the lane. He throws one up with the right hand on a scoop shot. No good, and the rebound out of bounds, last touched by Will Sims to the far side of the court.
It's going to be red.
Ball brought forward. And the WEISER Wolverines will start to move the ball around the outside. Alex Alvaro Rios puts up a shot. No good. That one rebounded by Trey Smith on the inside. He's going to push the pace into the middle of the paint. Puts up a shot, blocked away, and rebounded this time by Bumgarner as the Wolverines will look to push the pace. Far side of the court, almost picked off. Henry Workman stuck a hand up and got into the passing lane between Alberto Sanchez and the ball and pokes the ball into the far side. 7 minutes and 12 seconds to go. First quarter of play just underway. The Soda Springs boys taking on the WEISER Wolverines. Ball will be passed into Bumgarner. He rotates it to Torello. Torello finds it into the corner. And throwing it away and picking it off, Alberto Sanchez gets it into the hands of Will Sims. As the Wolverines will turn it over, but the Cardinals will return the favor in the backcourt, and WEISER will bring it back forward. It'll be Rios with the basketball. No, excuse me, that is Torello with the basketball. Goes left side, and knocking it home is Sanchez. He's got a triple, And all of a sudden, a Bear Lake Drug three-pointer gives the WEISER Wolverines a 6-0 lead. Trey Smith to the hoop, gets a blocking foul as he took it right to Dylan Earlbach. And Earlbach picks up his first foul as Trey Smith will try and get the Soda Springs Cardinals onto the scoreboard with a pair of free throws of his own. First free throw for Smith, the right-handed shooter, is up, and that one high off the back of the rim. It just doesn't get a friendly roll, kicks to the left side. And one more will come up for the Cardinals. Junior transfer. We heard from Dylan Downs, one of the players that they're still trying to figure out how his style is as he fits into the team. Makes the second free throw. He has definitely been a good addition. Nobody is unhappy with his play, but it still takes time to fit a player into the cogs. Over to the far side, Earlbach takes the basketball near the top of the key, finds the right side wing where Rios drives and puts up a teardrop floater. No good, and the rebound is pulled in by Ridge Thompson. He brings it up the left side. Olsen tries to dribble through the lane through traffic, ends up turning it over. It's picked up on the play by Torello, who gives off near the top of the key to Bumgarner, and the tall point guard will back things out for WEISER. Gives it back to Torello, right side of the top of the key. He drives the lane, picks up his dribble, kicked outside. Right there, passing it around is Sanchez, who gives it back to Torello. Up top, Rios swings to the left side corner. Taken there by Earlbach. Pass in the lane to a cutting Sanchez, who can't finish the layup. Rebounded inside by Trey Smith, as the Cardinals will push it back the other way. Workman able to keep a pass from being picked off by Earlbach, puts up a running floater in the lane as he rises to his right and is able to splash it home. Workman's onto the board, and the Cardinals trail by 3, 6-3 on the Summit Welding and Construction scoreboard. 5 minutes and 40 seconds to go. Shot up from the right side. Sanchez, nothing but nylon, barely even moved the net on the way down. 9-3, the Cardinals still trailing, and the WEISER Wolverines will see Bumgarner get his hands into the way of a pass to the low post. Up the right side, Bumgarner steps into the lane, kick pass, left side corner. Rios thought about a shot, instead finds Sanchez at the free throw line, steps up, puts a shot up that airballs, might have been blocked away a bit by Sims, and it's rebounded by Kyle Olsen under the hoop. Up ahead to Smith, Trey goes to the right wing, he's going to drive, and the junior will lay it up, counted in the foul. Trey Smith taking over on a drive to the hoop. He gets bumped, and that'll be the second team foul on the WEISER Wolverines, and Alex Avalos Rios picks up his first. Kirby, you like the aggression of the Cardinals taking into the paint right now.
I do too. They're really playing hard ball.
Second free throw up and no good. Last touch by Workman as it goes up and out of bounds. Excuse me, that's the first free throw, the and one opportunities. 5:05 to go, first quarter of play, 9-5. WEISER striking from deep is Alberto Sanchez with 2 triples and a 3-point play on a free throws from Bridger Bumgarner, giving them the lead. As Sanchez through the lane finds Earlbach, goes outside, taken there by Torello. He goes to his left, almost stolen by Smith. Torello gets it back, steps around Workman to the corner. Bumgarner pump fakes for 3 and travels as he tries to step around a flying Henry Workman, who came out to block. 4:45 to go, and the Cardinals get it after the Wolverines turn it over for the second time in the game. And back up the court once more can come Soda Springs. Soda struggling from the free throw line, 1 of 2, but they are keeping themselves close. Only down by 4, pass inside, poked away down into the lane by Torello. And it remains Cardinals ball as the ball looking to try and find Olsen on the low block. Ball inbounded, taken by Workman. He'll rise for 3 from beyond the arc and gets the friendly roll. Is that a 3 or a 2? Do they say his foot was on the line? They do. It's a 2-point basket for Workman, and the Cardinals back within 2. 9-7, halfway through quarter number 1 on the Summit Welding and Construction scoreboard. Bumgarner finds Torello far side with a 2-bounce pass. Torello to his left. Workman flashes out to pick him up, and now Torello loses the ball, picks it back up again, but never let it hit the ground, and he travels to turn it over again. The Wolverines, a few little mental miscues right now that have been made, and Torello will check out, as does Rios. Into the game will be Logan Tolman, as well as Braden Bumgarner. So the sophomore playing with his senior brother, and we'll have to mix up those two with Bridger and Braden on the court. It'll be Ridge Thompson to bring it forward for the Cardinals. Still no subs for them. Excuse me, there is one sub as Riley Simmons into the game. He will stand to the left side as the ball is thrown away, and the Wolverines will take it over as Ridge Thompson, I think, was trying to kick it out to Simmons, and it ended up going into the feet of one of the Wolverines players. 4 turnovers now for the Cardinals. And bringing it forward will be Bumgarner, Bridger. Bridger gets it up ahead to Sanchez, back out to Bridger on the far sideline. Trying to dribble past Trey Smith, who's doing a good job staying in front of him, hounding him. Pass underneath, picked off by Olsen. Another turnover from the Wolverines. That's 4 for WEISER, and up the court can come the Soda Springs Cardinals. 3:33 to go. Trey Smith takes the point, lofts a pass to the right side wing into the hands of Sanchez. Not really any other person to get to. Sanchez comes in, offensive foul. Trey Smith returns the turnover right back into the hands of the Cardinals as he throws it away, and then his defense picks up the slack. Tell you what, Kirby, that was a great job of sliding in and taking that charge.
That was. All the players on the Soda team right now are playing some pretty tough defense.
That's what's keeping them in it right now, down 9-7, 3 minutes and 24 seconds to go after a very hot start by the Wolverines, who had a pair of three-pointers off the start of the game and led this game early on, 9-3, and 9-4 as a shot up from Dylan Downs. No good. Rebounded underneath by Bumgarner. Bridger passes to Sanchez. He's going to rise for another three. No good that time. And Erlbach pulls down the offensive board and is fouled on his way up for the second chance opportunity, and he'll step to the line for a pair of free throws. This one picked up on the play, I believe, by Ridge Thompson again. So Ridge into some foul trouble with his second. He's got both of the Cardinals' team fouls. And the first free throw up and no good off the front of the rim. So the Cardinals, no matter what, will only be down by one possession. 3:05 to go, first quarter of play. Erlbach, another free throw coming up. Right-handed shooter. And this one up a little bit of a hitch in his free throw delivery, but he gets the second one, makes it a 10-7 game. Cardinals only trailing by 3 as Trey Smith brings it forward. The 6-foot junior to the right side, throws it down low. Workman backing his way on Erlbach, puts up a light floater, no good. Rebounded though by Riley Simmons, tries to flip a pass into the hands of Olsen. It goes out of bounds, last touched by the WEISER Wolverines, but Simmons doing a good job as a role player of just keeping the ball in possession of the Cardinals. Downs from the left side block, no good on a short jumper. Can't find the bottom as Bridger Bumgarner comes away with the board. Up ahead to Sanchez, who travels on his way in as he thought about the shot before actually putting it in. And I'll tell you what, WEISER has had a chance to blow this game open, but there's 6 turnovers in the first quarter.
That was one that they definitely should have had. He was all alone down there. Took one too many steps getting to the hoop.
Ball brought forward now by Trey Smith to the right side, finds Dylan Downs. Simmons near the top of the key, looks into the paint, gives it back outside to Olsen. Kyle takes it right side wing before feeding it up top to Smith. Tries to drive on Bumgarner, behind the back, underneath pass to a wide open Simmons, who can't finish the shot, and the rebound out of bounds. Last touch by the Cardinals once again on the play, as the Wolverines will get to bring the basketball forward once again. It'll be Bridger Bumgarner up the right side. Hands it off and is taken there by Logan Tolman. First time we said his name, and it's not a good time as Riley Simmons steals it away from him. Up the court, fakes a pass, reverse layup, no good. Trey Smith with the follow, no good. And back the other way come the Wolverines once more as Bridger into the paint, throws one off to Tolman. He loses control of it, but it's last touched by Simmons, and twice now Simmons has been hounding Tolman, and he's got to do a better job of holding on to the basketball, although Simmons definitely one of those kids that is a high-energy player on the court.
Riley has really played a great game so far, all over the court.
WEISER will inbound the basketball to be taken by Braden Bumgarner, who gives off to his brother on a give-and-go on the baseline, and Bridger lays one up and in softly, and that's something that's just family chemistry sometimes leads to extras like that. Over to the right side, Simmons flows inside, passes it back out to Workman from 18, takes a step in, rises and thought about a shot, instead passes it wisely out to Simmons. Back to Workman in the paint, back to Simmons on the right side wing. He travels with the ball and turns it over into the hands of WEISER. 13 total turnovers between the two teams so far, as Dakota Bybee and Will Sims will check in to give Dylan Downs and Trey Smith a breather. 13 turnovers in a boys' game in a quarter, not something that you normally see and not something that the coaches can be happy about right now. As on the far side, Bo Kiddes gives the ball off to the right side where Braden Bumgarner, gives off back once again to Bo Kiddes. Bo Kiddes to Bumgarner inside. Erlbach gets it back out to Braden, who shot short off the front of the rim and rebounded inside by Dakota Bybee and patted out of bounds underneath the basket by Logan Tolman. So WEISER will make more subs as Erlbach will take a seat onto the bench. In for him is Paul Crawford. A lot of depth on this WEISER team, and we're seeing them use it. And we mentioned that could be one of the biggest advantages they have. 12-7, they lead right now on the Summit Welding and Construction scoreboard. 5-point advantage over the Cardinals. Simmons to the baseline, looks to bounce one down to Olsen, gets it back after it goes off the side of Bridger Bumgarner. They do find Olsen on the low block, and he's fouled on his way to the hoop. I think it's going to be Braden Bumgarner who picks this one up. And if it is, it will be his first. And it is going to actually go on Sev Bokitis. I believe I'm pronouncing his name right. I apologize if I am not, as Olsen's first free throw up and good. He'll have 2, cuts it down to a 4-point game once again. 50.4 seconds to go here in the first quarter of play. As Olsen, second free throw up and good. And he becomes the third Cardinal to score in the first quarter of play. They trail by 3, 12-9. On the far side, WEISER with the ball brings it back to Bridger Bumgarner. Fires one up ahead into Tolman's hands. Back up top. Bridger just saves it from going to the backcourt. Keeps his dribble alive and feeds it to the right side wing. Paul Crawford looks to his left, to the top of the key, loses dribble, gives it to Braden Bumgarner, who cuts to the left, goes down low, gets it back. Back to the top of the key. WEISER really taking their time, moving it around the outside circles. The Cardinals shifting around well, and Workman's going to use that shift to steal it away. He goes coast to coast and slams it home. Henry Workman with his 6th point of the game, and it comes on a dunk on the coast-to-coast steal. 12-11, the Cardinals within 1. To the far side, it'll be Bridger Bumgarner, who gives off to his sophomore brother. Right side wing, back over to Bridger, almost stolen again. Bridger left open for 3 at the buzzer, and flaunts it a little bit as he heads to the bench. We take a timeout. 15-11 after a quarter of play on KBRV The Bear and online with live video streaming at mylocalradio.com.
Caribou County Athletics on KBRV are brought to you by Bear Lake Dental, where their commitment is to provide you with the highest standard of personalized dental care in a gentle, efficient, and professional manner. Call 208-847-0153 to schedule your appointment with Bear Lake Dental.
Get it to go at Patterson Quick Stop in Soda Springs and Patterson Easy Way in Grace, Idaho. From pizza to potato wedges, from burritos to the jalapeno-flavored corn dogs, from candy, clothing, car accessories, and fountain drinks, convenience is fun. And Patterson Quick Stop and Patterson Easy Way help to fill your needs conveniently. They have something for everyone. Food, fuel, and fun at Patterson Quick Stop in Soda Springs and Patterson Easy Way in Grace. Right here, right now.
It's time for us to take a look at your Lalaton's food specials for the weeks of December 15th through the 28th. And if you're doing any holiday baking, Lalaton's is the place to go. Grab Western Family 4-pound bags of granulated sugar for $1.49. Western Family 10-pound bags of all-purpose bleached or unbleached flour is $2.99. Baking chips are 2 bags for $4. Western Family 2-pound bags of brown or powdered sugar are just 99 cents. And Western Family sweet cream salted or unsalted butter is 2 boxes for $5. That's a look at just some of your Lalaton's food specials in Soda Springs.
Welcome back out to action on KBRV The Bear and mylocalradio.com. The Cardinals down 15-11 after a dagger from Bridger Bumgarner at the buzzer gives them a 4-point edge to answer back to a Henry Workman dunk after a steal. Cardinals, though, start out with the basketball at the beginning of the second quarter and almost turned it over, but it was last touched by the Wolverines on the baseline and Paul Crawford. As the Wolverines will inbound the ball, Dylan Downs takes it, gives it off. Smith finds himself open, right side elbow, and Smith adds to his tally. He's got 5 of the Cardinals' 13 points, and they're back within 2. 15-13 on the Summit Welding and Construction scoreboard. Far side, rising for a shot. Braden Bumgarner, no good. Tolman with the rebound. His putback is missed, and it's Will Sims on the inside fighting up strong to come up with his first board of the game. Up ahead to Trey Smith, who goes to his right, stands between the rings, and goes and gets bumped by Tolman. That'll be a blocking foul as Tolman stepped into Trey Smith, and a good foul call there by the officials as Smith kind of grinned a little bit, or not Smith, excuse me, Tolman kind of grinned a little bit after getting the contact. Into the game, Hayden Wilson Palmer will check into the game. Trey Smith will come over to his left, crosses over and loses the ball out of bounds. But it was last touched once again by Sanchez. And the Cardinals will continue to hold on to the ball. Down by 2, 7 minutes and 15 seconds to go as Simmons takes the ball lower left block, puts up a shot. No, he's fouled on the floor before he could get the shot up. He was going to get set to turn into one. And the foul is picked up on the play by Alberto Sanchez, and I believe that is number 2 on Alberto, and it is. So he will be playing in the game with a pair of fouls, and the timeout's going to be taken by the Cardinals. We'll take one with them. Bergholm wanting to discuss things over with his team here on the road at the PARMA Holiday Invitational.
When the time comes, you'll want true compassion balanced with clinical care for your mom or dad, grandma or grandpa. Edgewood Assisted Living Center in Soda Springs provides a warm, caring, and secure environment for individuals who need medication assistance, healthy meals, and assistance with daily activities. You can help by introducing them to our Assisted Living Center. Come on in for a tour and consultation. Find out about our monthly move-in specials and respite visits. Furnished suites are available. Call 208-547-0257. The Edgewood Assisted Living Center in Soda Springs, Idaho, a place to call home.
Welcome back out to the home of the PARMA Holiday Invitational. Cardinals with the basketball as they will be inbounding, and Will Sims takes the Sanders Furniture and Appliance inbounds play, goes down low. Trey Smith to the right side to a wide open Dylan Downs, and Dylan, you saw that one coming a mile away, gives the Cardinals their first lead of the game, 16-15 on the Summit Welding and Construction scoreboard. Under 7 minutes to go with their first lead in the second quarter, and ball will be taken up top by Isaac Torello. Goes to the right side. Bridger Bumgarner swings it around to his brother, far side wing. Gets it down low. Ball's going to be taken, bounced back out to Bridger, pump fakes, and is going to be guarded tightly by Trey Smith, who really is not giving any room to breathe for Bridger. They'll rotate around. Sims forces him to drive into the lane. He tries to feed it underneath to teammate Wilson Palmer, but it goes out of bounds because Wilson Palmer didn't see the pass coming. Another turnover for the Wolverines.
I've been really impressed with the defense of the Cardinals so far in this ballgame. They have really put a lot of stop to them.
Their shifting has definitely been fantastic, trading off and moving around as the Cardinals will throw to the near side. The offense, however, still finding its ways of struggling. They have 7 turnovers of their own so far here in quarter number 2 in the first half of play total as the Wolverines take over, bringing it left to right, wearing the white uniforms with the red numbers, WEISER written across the front. Far side, Bridger finds himself open for 3. No good, and it's going to be Riley Simmons coming away with his second board of the contest. Trey Smith to bring it forward, crosses the center court logo, looks to his left, now stutter steps to his right, keeps his dribble as he backs it out once again between the rings. Cardinals set up with a line of 4. Now they'll move it into motion as Simmons comes up to the top of the key. They instead feed it to Sims, and it's poked out of bounds by Bridger. Cardinals still at the 1-point edge, 16-15 with 5 minutes and 48 seconds to go here on the Caribou Memorial Hospital scoreboard. Over to the right side. Downs takes the basketball beyond the wing, puts up a shot. That one is no good. And a foul is going to be picked up by WEISER. It'll be their 17th foul, which means 1-and-1 free throws for the Soda Springs Cardinals. Or it should, as Hayden Wilson Palmer picks up his first. And now the officials talking things over. Depends on if it was an offensive foul or a defensive foul. That is the 7th, but I believe it was a defensive or loose ball foul. So it should be the Cardinals taking free throws, and now they will get that fixed, and it'll be Will Sims at the free throw line for 1-and-1 to try and build on the Cardinals' 1-point lead. 5:42 to go. The first free throw up, in, and out. No good, and rebounded on the play by Bridger Bumgarner. Cardinals' poor free throw shooting continues here on this early afternoon game. Shot up, blocked away on the play by Henry Workman, but rebounded inside. Missed on the rebound by Wilson Palmer, and this time Trey Smith comes away with his 4th rebound of the game. Easily on his way to a double-double, and he keeps it rolling as he flies in with a teardrop. No good, and a travel called on the play as after getting the rebound, Braden Bumgarner falls to the court and turns it over to the Cardinals as he held onto the basketball and dropped both feet to the ground. Officials right on the call. 3-man officiating crew here at the Parma Holiday Invite. As Olsen moves the ball around, Smith into the lane, puts up a little floater. That's off the back of the rim, no good. And a rebound kicks all the way to the far corner where Paul Crawford will give it off to Bridger Bumgarner to bring it forward to the far side. Down low, Crawford tries to step underneath. It's pump fake by Bridger as he takes on the right side corner. No good on a shot. WEISER still yet to score as Will Sims comes away with the board. It's stolen, though, by Bridger, and then Sims is going to be called for a foul as Bridger tried to step around him, and really close call on that one. A lot of ball, but you can see why the officials called it as Bridger really did beat Will to the hoop.
Yeah, I agree. It was a good play by the Cardinals to block that shot, but he did get him on the arm a little bit, so they'll get a couple of free throws.
First free throw coming up as that is up and makes its way down. Bridger so far has 9 of the 16 points for the WEISER Wolverines, as he is having the bulk of the scoring for the Wolverines. One more free throw. That one drops as well. He's 5 for 5 in the game. And WEISER gets their second lead of the game as they go in front 17-16. 4 minutes and 52 seconds to go through the second quarter. Both teams still to just a few points here in this quarter of play, nearly halfway through. Ridge Thompson back into the game, brings it forward, joined by Henry Workman, Dylan Downs, Will Sims, and Kyle Olsen. Pass to the near side. It'll be Downs again, wide open for 3 off the front of the rim. Rebound inside, loose on the ground, squeaks into the hands of Bumgarner. He's going to pass it up ahead to his brother. Braden into the lane, hesitates, puts up a floater. That's no good to the right side, and Henry Workman secures his first rebound. He'll slow the pace down as he brings it forward. WEISER hounding him on his way up, and he finally hands off to Ridge Thompson. Ridge goes to the right side corner, taken there by Downs. Dylan steps it back up into the hands of Ridge. WEISER standing around with a man defense, shifting around the outside. A little bit of a matchup zone, in fact, as they shift the guards around and try and keep the post occupied. Shot up on a running floater coming from Ridge Thompson. The rebound out of bounds from the left side of the lane as Sanchez poked it away. Cardinals bringing a lot of energy into this game, despite being down 2 players. We didn't even get a chance to mention this. Riley Harris and Morgan Steele, both sick. Riley Harris did not make the trip. Morgan Steele sick in the hotel room. Inside, it'll be a shot up by Smith. Down low, can't get it up, and Sanchez pulls down the rebound as he hands off to Bumgarner, and Bridger finds a way to get it to the right side, and Torello back to Bridger near the top of the key. Goes left side, Sanchez, deep 3 ball, and his motion so quick and a surprising motion. Notches his 3rd triple of the game. Does not look like it's going in sometimes, but then finds its way through cleanly. It's back to a 4-point lead for WEISER. Sims trying to change that, sits one on the front of the rim, and the rebound punched into the hands of Braden Bumgarner, who will give off to Torello to bring it forward. He goes behind the back to his left, finds Bridger from 20 feet, steps in, travels first, and another turnover by the WEISER Wolverines. They're 10th in the game now. Quick-paced game for both teams, but I think the Cardinals holding their own against a deeper WEISER team. Trey Smith will bring the ball forward. 3 minutes and 18 seconds to go in the second quarter of a very quick-moving basketball game. It's been going for about 25 minutes. Workman gets the ball underneath the hoop. Tough position, puts up a right-handed floater. No good from the right block. And the rebound again pulled down by Bridger Bumgarner. He's got 7 boards to go with his 9 points. On the far side, WEISER again with the basketball. 10 points for Bridger. Into the lane, Torello puts up a running jumper from the 14-foot elbow, and he gets his first basket of the game to contribute, and they set to a 6-point edge for the Wolverines, riding a 7-0 run. Left side, Trey Smith with the basketball. Cardinals looking for a good look as Ridge Thompson finds himself an opening at the top of the key. That's a Bear Lake Drug 3-pointer for Ridge Thompson. He's onto the board, and it makes it a 3-point game. 22-19. Torello with the ball goes to the left side, bringing it across the line. Sanchez finds his way into a teammate who gives it back to Torello. Ridge tries to save it after it goes off his foot, falling into the bench on the near side, and that'll see Riley Simmons check into the game for Ridge Thompson as he'll get a breather on the bench. 2:25 to go. WEISER basketball, and Bridger Bumgarner to inbound. Looks to his right for Sanchez, instead comes up top to Torello. He'll fake a pass inside, and now the junior, at 5'6", the shortest player on the court for either team, will back it out. Gets it up top, taken by Erlbach, who's back into the game after getting some time to rest. Torello swings it to Sanchez, loses the ball as it goes through his hands, picked up by Olsen. He's going to go all the way, fouled on the play by Sanchez, who can't believe it, as he says he went straight up, but that's when even the coach on the side's got to be saying, you didn't stand straight up, you put the hand down.
That could have been a great play, but he got just a little bit too much body in there, and that's going to give us a couple of free throws here.
Olsen to the line for 2, where he is already 2 for 2. And he is able to knock home the first, gives himself 3 points, cuts it to a 2-point game, 22-20 with 2:06 to go. We talked in the pregame show with Dylan Downs about the defensive aptitude of the Soda Springs Cardinals, and they've definitely been showing that in this game. Second free throw from Olsen, no good. Rebounded on the near side by Avalos Rios. And it'll be back up to the WEISER Wolverines to bring it left to right. Cardinals putting in a full court trap defense right now as they'll try and sit back, and a timeout's going to be taken. No, 10-second violation as Bridger Bumgarner lost track of the count in his head and ends up turning it over for a 12th time in the half for the WEISER Wolverines to the Soda Springs Cardinals. 1:55 to go. The Cardinal boys down by 2. They've led once in this game. That was 16-15. And then the WEISER Wolverines went on a 7-0 run. Cardinals, though, a chance to tie or take the lead again. Smith inside finds Workman. Turnaround jumper finds its way down and nestles its way in. Smith with the assist. Workman with his 8th point of the game ties it up at 22. WEISER to Bumgarner to the far side. He gets the down low to Crawford. Paul pump fakes, rises, blocked away by Sims. Right into the hands of Kyle Olsen. Kyle sprinting down the court, hands off to Workman, and it's stripped of Workman by Torello. He gets it up ahead, and it'll be Bumgarner to push it back the other way to the left side into Erlbach, who rises, fouled, and he's going to be stepping to the free throw line.
I've been impressed with the Cardinals so far in this ballgame. They have really played a great defensive game as fast as the pace has been. I hope they have something left for the second half.
That's going to be the big question for them is, again, they should be rested coming into this, but it's always a good question what's going to happen. Will Sims picks up his second foul, aggressively going for the block, but right now looks like a good foul as the free throw misses. It remains a tie ball game, 22-22 on the Summit Welding and Construction scoreboard. One more free throw coming up for Dylan Erlbach, who is 1 of 3. He's the only other player to take free throws beside Bridger Bumgarner. Right-handed shooter, Erlbach puts up the second free throw. That one's good, but a lane violation is going to be called, so no good on the free throw. Does not count, and we remain tied. A lot of mental errors coming from WEISER right now. Trey Smith to bring it forward, brings it at a slow walk up the court. 1:10 to go in the first half of play. Brings it to the right side wing, tries to turn on the Jets, does, gets underneath, lays it up and in to give the Cardinals the lead. Trey Smith and Henry Workman putting on a show, and Olsen joining him again as he gets the ball inside to Simmons, who lays it in after stealing the basketball from the Wolverines on the baseline. The full court pressure from the Cardinals really starting to cause the Wolverines some problems, and now a foul is going to be whistled against, I believe, Trey Smith for jumping over the back of Alex Avalos Rios. It'll remain WEISER basketball, but that's not a bad foul. You have momentum. Try and push the pace. You're up by 4, 26-22 on the Summit Welding and Construction scoreboard, and now a backcourt violation as the ball was inbounded to the front court, and Isaac Torello let 1 foot sneak across the line, but that's all it takes.
You know, I've always tried to teach my girls when I've coached them, if they catch the ball and they're close to that that midcourt line, charge at them, because intentionally they'll step backwards and they'll go over the line, and they did that right here.
Good defense being played by the Cardinals is something that this team is starting to make a name for itself of, as Rich Thompson will bring it forward. Goes to his right and hands off to Smith as Trey will take the point guard duty. Standing near half court, tries to take on the role of Sev Bokitas, and Bokitas will force the pass off to Thompson. Back to Smith, who goes inside to a double-teamed Henry Workman and throws away. But Riley Simmons not giving up, rips it out of the hands of Dylan Erlbach and lays it up and in. The two teams trade turnovers, and the Cardinals build their lead more as Riley Simmons gets an easy bunny. 13 seconds to go, 28-22. The Cardinals rolling on a run, and that run could continue. The Wolverines trying to throw it off of Rich Thompson. It'll be out of bounds as Thompson was on the line when he caught it. But my goodness, what a turnaround. This Cardinals team had been down 22-16, and all of a sudden they've rolled off a 12-0 run.
They have really played hard here in this first half. I'm really impressed with the way they're hanging in there, even when they've been down.
Wolverines to inbound the ball, lower right side, a shot pump fake there, and thrown away to the near side. Erlbach, as the buzzer goes off, tries to heave one at the hoop. This time the buzzer beater does not go, though, and the Soda Springs Cardinals giving the WEISER Wolverines a heck of a battle. 28-22, the Cardinals lead by 6 on the the Summit Welding and Construction scoreboard. We'll be back after this with your Bear Lake Drug halftime show and your first half highlights, brought to you by Gary Tusher, CPA in Montpelier, on KBRV The Bear and mylocalradio.com.
This presentation of Caribou County Athletics is being brought to you by Arctic Circle of Soda Springs, where you can get burgers made from premium Black Angus beef, as well as fries and onion rings with their delicious fry sauce. Be sure to top it all off with a soft serve cone piled high and dipped with their delicious chocolate topping.
Hi, I'm Todd Hunziker. Most dealers focus on the experience you have just a few moments that you're in their store. At Hunziker Ford, we want to keep you happy forever, and to prove it, we offer warranty forever at no cost to you. So here's the deal. All you have to do is follow the maintenance schedule on virtually anything you buy from us, and the expensive powertrain components are covered forever. That's Todd Hunziker Ford, just east of Lava Hot Springs on Highway 30. It's just that simple.
Imagine a mining company that respects the quality of the environment and health of natural ecosystems. At Monsanto, we don't begin mining unless we can ensure every safeguard is in place to respect the environment. And if they're not, then we don't mine. Simple as that. That's why we take steps before, during, and after mining to reach our goal of leaving the land even better than we found it. Monsanto. Imagine.
This presentation of Caribou County Athletics is being brought to you by Troy Young Plumbing and Heating. Call 208-221-0581 for all your plumbing needs, including new installs and remodels, repairs, furnace installation, and more.
If you're looking for live local sports, local news, weather, live classifieds, and free photo downloads, search no more. MyLocalRadio.com has what you want. Watch your teams live or browse the tens of thousands of photographs of Wyoming, Utah, and Idaho high school events, from speech and drama competitions, rodeo, an array of different athletics, activities, community events, and so much more. Visit MyLocalRadio.com today and find what you're looking for.
Let technology make life a little easier and give you peace of mind about your home. With affordable security and smart home options, SilverStar makes it easy to take the first step. Keep an eye on what's important to you and be able to act before an incident becomes an emergency. You're in good hands when you choose SilverStar. We've been bringing cutting-edge technology and star treatment customer service to Eastern Idaho and Western Wyoming for nearly 70 years. Call us today and ask about our starter security and smart home packages.
Welcome back out. Time for your first half highlights, brought to you by Bear Lake Drug in Montpelier, as the Soda Springs Cardinals right now leading the WEISER Wolverines, going on a 12-0 run to close it out. And I'll tell you what, it was a fantastic run, and really led, Kirby was just saying it to my left, and we'll let him say it a bit more, by Riley Simmons and Kyle Olson. They didn't score a whole lot, but they led that break, and they led the Cardinals on that run with their tenacity on defense, forcing turnovers and forcing the Wolverines into some bad situations. The Wolverines with 15 turnovers as a team right now to the 10 by the Cardinals. And while Soda Springs has not had the best, a lot of those turnovers that they've had, I think at least 3 of those 10 have come after they've gotten the turnover for the Wolverines. So realistically, you started back at scratch. It hasn't been a turnover that's resulted in points for the Wolverines on the other side.
I agree. I've been really impressed with Riley Simmons and his hustle out there. He has actually stole the ball away from him a couple of times and scored some points, easy points, right into the basket. But overall, the team-wise, they've done an excellent job here in the first half, playing a tough defense, and that half-court press has really hurt the other team at this point. So we'll see if they're going to continue to run that in the second half.
And they did it at a good moment in time when the Wolverines were up. I think they were comfortable. I think they were starting to feel it. And then all of a sudden you make them uncomfortable, and you see what happens, a 12-0 run. The Cardinals did trail this one 22-16. Now they lead 28-22. Looking at the scores for Soda Springs, Henry Workman leading the way, 8 points and 1 rebound. Trey Smith not far behind, 7 points and his 4 rebounds as well, as he's doing a good job of getting everybody involved in the action. Ridge Thompson with 3 points on the board. Kyle Olson 3 points and 2 rebounds. Riley Riley Simmons with 4 points and 2 rebounds, and Dylan Downs with a big three-pointer in the game as well. So the Soda Springs Cardinals really steering the ball, playing without two of their better players and more veteran players as well. Morgan Steele not out there, and Riley Harris. Well, they're not better players, definitely good role players to put out there onto the court. And Riley Harris, I think, is one of the bigger players that you need out there sometimes. So is it good that they're having to play without those guys right now?
Well, it certainly gives the other players more playing time, and that's always good. The more time you can give to every one of your players before district tournament, the better. But one point that I was going to make, too, if I was going to coach or if I was going to scout a team that was going to be playing the Cardinals, one thing I would say is don't ever get comfortable.
No. And that's
you can't do that.
And that's boys or girls, because the press are something that the Cardinals love to do, and they'll jump it on you at times where you don't expect it. And speaking of not expecting it, I don't think the WEISER Wolverines were expecting this big of a push. They're 7-0 on the season going against the 2-4 Cardinals. They have, however, had two good performances. Bridger Bumgarner, 10 points and 7 rebounds. He has been easily the only player on the court really that has been there continuously for the Wolverines. Alberto Sanchez has 9 points and 1 rebound to his own right, all those from three-point shots. And I think that might have been a shock for the Cardinals because his shooting motion is it's quick and you don't expect it from him.
Well, if you go back to the end of the first quarter, that three-point shot right at the buzzer really hurt. Had it not been for that shot, we would be up by about 9 points at this point in the game.
And that was a huge one from Bridger Bumgarner. So those two doing big things. Other than that, Isaac Torello, 2 points. Dylan Earlbach, 1 point. That's your scoring for the WEISER Wolverines. 4 players and 19 22 points have come from 2 of them. This team has depth. You can tell there are other people that can score, but they have not been converting on the chances that they've had. In fact, Bridger Bumgarner, 5 for 5 from the free throw line. Dylan Earlbach, the only other player to shoot free throws, 1 of 4 from the free throw line. So they've left points out there on the court when it's come to that. They've missed some easy shots. They've had some turnovers that are mind-numbingly bad turnovers, particularly the drive into the lane by Alberto Sanchez. That was an easy layup that just take one dribble and you lay it in.
You know, as a coach, though, you can't go into the locker room and look at the scorebook and say, well, look, these are the only 2 guys that's really hurt us, and focus on those 2 and leave the others open, because, as you mentioned earlier, they've got a lot of talent on this team, and any other kid on that team can pick up the slack and really hurt them in the second half.
Well, the second half is coming up next. This has been your Gary H. Tushar CPA first half highlights in your Bear Lake Drug halftime show, brought to you by Bear Lake Drug, where they have everything you need to get better quick and carry durable medical equipment for purchase or rent. That's Bear Lake Drug in Montpelier. Call them at 208-847-1421. Back with your second half of action after this on KBRV The Bear and MyLocalRadio.com.
This presentation of Caribou County Athletics is being brought to you by Crop Production Services of Bancroft. Call 208-648-7891 to learn how to get the best production out of your crops.
Whether it's warm outside and you need an air conditioning system, or cold outside and you need a new natural gas furnace, Reed's Plumbing and Heating has what you need to keep your family comfortable, and there's never been a better time to convert to natural gas. With great service and expertise, Reed's is your all-weather friend in southeastern Idaho. Call us today, 208-547-4466, and we'll get right to work making your home comfortable and cozy. That's Reed's Plumbing and Heating at 208-547-4466. Natural gas, it's worth asking for.
Get it to go at Patterson Quick Stop in Soda Springs and Patterson Easy Way in Grace, Idaho. From pizza to potato wedges, from burritos to the jalapeno flavored corn dogs, from candy, clothing, car accessories, and fountain drinks, convenience is fun. And Patterson Quick Stop and Patterson Easy Way help to fill your needs conveniently. They have something for everyone: food, fuel, and fun at Patterson Quick Stop in Soda Springs and Patterson Easy Way in Grace. Right here, right now.
This production of Caribou County Athletics is being brought to you by London Drug and Grace, your good neighbor pharmacy, locally owned, locally loved. It's time for us to take a look at your Lalaton's food specials for the weeks of December 15th through the 28th. And if you're doing any holiday baking, Lalaton's is the place to go. Grab Western Family 4-pound bags of granulated sugar for $1.49. Western Family 10-pound bags of all-purpose bleached or unbleached flour is $2.99. Baking chips are 2 bags for $4. Western Family 2-pound bags of brown or powdered sugar are just 99 cents. And Western Family sweet cream salted or unsalted unsalted butter is 2 boxes for $5. That's a look at just some of your Lalaton's food specials in Soda Springs.
When the time comes, you'll want true compassion balanced with clinical care for your mom or dad, grandma, or grandpa. Edgewood Assisted Living Center in Soda Springs provides a warm, caring, and secure environment for individuals who need medication assistance, healthy meals, and assistance with daily activities. You can help by introducing them to our Assisted Living Center. Come on in for a tour and consultation. Find out about our monthly move-in specials and respite visits. Furnished suites are available. Call 208-547-0257. The Edgewood Assisted Living Center in Soda Springs, Idaho, a place to call home.
Welcome back out to the home of the Parma Invitational Tournament, as after a long delay we got basketball rolling, and after a half of that basketball, the Soda Springs Cardinals lead 28-22 over the WEISER Wolverines. And I'll tell you what, it has been an impressive performance from the Soda Springs boys, especially the second quarter where they outscored WEISER 17-7. We got done with your Bear Lake Drug halftime show, and WEISER starts off with the basketball in the second half. Down by 6 on the Summit Welding and Construction scoreboard. To the right side, the ball will be fed to the corner where Alvalos Rios gets it up top to Sanchez. Cardinals really hounding him up near the top, not wanting to have him break open. Instead, Earlbach breaks open. His shot no good. And Henry Workman comes away with his second board of the game. 28-22, Cardinals a chance to build on what is already a 6-point edge. Olsen hands the ball off to Thompson. In motion 3 from the wing, short off the front of the rim. Ball bounces all the way out near half court where Ridge picks it up. Kick pass to the left side corner. Trey Smith for a Bear Lake Drug 3. That's no good, and the rebound last touched out of bounds by Earlbach. And I'll tell you what, again, the Cardinals just hammering away. Another opportunity for the Cardinals as they inbound it. Olsen takes it far side, gets it to Smith in the corner, back to Kyle. Pump faked on a 3, now pulls it back down and gets it back to Trey. 7 minutes, 15 seconds to go, third quarter of play, 28-22. Cardinals leading it by 6. Smith looks inside, bounce pass down low to Thompson, who drives baseline, kick pass up top. Sims guys go between his legs, and Olsen tracks it down before it goes to the backcourt. And now he'll drive around to his right and is going to be fouled by Isaac Torello. Torello gets his first. First team foul on the Wolverines, as Smith will take the Sanders Furniture and Appliance inbounds pass. And with under 7 minutes to go in the third quarter, brings it up to the right side wing. Guarded by Bridger. Bumgarner goes up top to Sims. He's open for 3. Will's shot off the side of the rim and rebounded by Bridger, who gets his 8th of the game. 2 rebounds away from a double-double just 2 minutes into the game in the second half. Inside, Earlbach puts up a pass in through the lane, and it's going to be laid up by Rios, who gets his first basket, and the lead cut down to 4. Workman inside the lane. 5 Wolverines around him. Shot no good. Rebounded by Olsen. Loose on the ground. Now loose again as the Cardinals will again trade turnovers with the Wolverines. And it'll be inside to Workman, who rises for a short little jumper that sits on the rim from the left side block. Henry up to double digits in scoring now, and the Cardinals lead back to 6, 30-24. 6 minutes to go, third quarter of play on the Summit Welding and Construction scoreboard. To the left side, Torello with the ball. Dribbles it to the free throw line, picks up his dribble, looks to his left, and bounces up top to Bridger Bumgarner. Wolverines looking to find answers to the Cardinals' defense, which has been very aggressive on the outside. Sanchez might have that answer. Short shot off the front of the rim, though, for 3. No good. No look pass. Finds the hands of Rios, but his putback is no good, and Trey Smith comes away with another rebound for the Cardinals. Into the lane, Ridge Thompson blocked away by Sanchez, and Bumgarner with another rebound. He'll bring it up to the right side wing. 5:30 to go. Backs it out in between the rings. 6-point edge for the Cardinals over the WEISER Wolverines, a 3A school that is undefeated on the year, playing 5 of their games against Oregon schools. To the right side at the free throw line, Bumgarner backs it out near the top of the key before giving it off to Earlbach. He looks to a cutting Torello. Instead, they find Sanchez right side. His 3-ball no good. He's been hot from the field, but starting to cool down a bit. Missed his last 2. Into the lane, Trey Smith tries to step around a defender. An offensive foul called as Trey Smith stepped into Sanchez, and a good charge taken by Sanchez there as Trey Smith got hung out to dry.
He had the right idea, but he got there just a little bit late. Defense had already set up, and they ran into him.
And he just took that extra step too far and gets the charge. Turns it over to the WEISER Wolverines. 12 turnovers now for the Cardinals, as WEISER, with under 5 minutes to go in the third quarter, continues to trail by 6. Full court pressure still being applied by Soda. Sanchez spins into the lane, throws the ball off of Olsen and out of bounds. He was trying to find Rios down low on the block. And with 4:48 to go, the Wolverines will have themselves another inbounds play as Bridger Bumgarner gets it up top to Torello. Over to Sanchez, up for 3. That's good. You can't keep a good man down, and Sanchez gets his 4th Bear Lake Drug three-pointer of the game. 27-30, down to a 3-point lead for the Soda Springs Cardinals. It was 6 at the start of this quarter, and with 4.5 to go in the third, they lead cut 30-27. Far side, Smith to answer back for 3 of his own. No good. Workman with the board inside, though. He's denied out of bounds as Sanchez swats that one into the back wall. What a rejection by Sanchez. Another inbounds play for the Cardinals as Trey Smith will do the inbounding. 4:22 to go. Into the game comes Braden Bumgarner. And Trey Smith will bounce one to the backside, picked off by Bridger. Thrown up ahead, it'll be taken by Sanchez to the right side wing. He hesitates, gets into the lane. Kick pass up top of the key where Bridger pump fakes, gets to his brother, whose shot is up and short off the front of the rim. Rebound tipped around, and Trey Smith will watch it go into the hands of Will Sims as Will gets it back to Trey. Far side corner, Ridge Thompson, he'll rise from 19 for 2. Ridge Thompson saying, that's my turn to score now as the Cardinals continue to share the ball and spread it around well. He's got 5 and the lead back to 5 on the Summit Welding and Construction scoreboard. Braden gets it around to Sanchez. In motion, 3 short off the side of the rim. Braden inside, though, gets the ball, and a tie ball is going to be called as Henry Workman ties up Braden down low, and that is a first jump ball of the game, I believe, for either team, and the Cardinals will take over on possession as the turnover will be another one to the WEISER Wolverines. They have 17 turnovers to the Cardinals 13 with 3 minutes and 35 to go in the third quarter of play, 32-37. On the far side, Trey Smith throws the ball into the hands of Sanchez. He's got an easy run to the hoop and lays one in softly. Alberto Sanchez starting to really carry the team again. He's got himself 14 points. Down low, Sims, spin move on the lower block, and somehow hooks a left-handed shot in. Will Sims got trapped behind the backboard and was able to loop that one around and keeps the lead at 5 for Soda Springs, 34-29. Just about 3 minutes to go on the Summit Welding and Construction scoreboard. Bounce pass, gets it to Torello. Sanchez, right side wing. Holds the ball, guarded by Olsen. Now they move it around. Bumgarner swings it to Torello once again. Fakes a pass inside. Finds Braden, who swings it to Bridger as Bumgarner takes it far side wing. Up top, Sanchez. They continue to work around the outside of the circle into the lane, and a foul called on the floor. A collision was on the backside. The foul goes on Olsen. It was for a reach that happened well before the drive took place, or right as the drive was taking place, and it remains WEISER basketball. Downs will check in. Workman gets a seat on the bench. Also, Olsen taking a seat on the bench as Riley Simmons back into the game. We mentioned the impact he had in the first half as the WEISER Wolverines turn it over on the inbounds play. Streaking down the court, it's Ridge Thompson who lays one in with the right hand. That was Smith hooking up with Thompson. Down the court they go, and the Cardinals lead up to 7. Biggest of the game so far, 36-29 with under 2.5 to go in the third quarter. Sanchez with the ball. Alberto looks to his left, gives it up top. Braden swings it to Torello in the left corner. Torello to his left, steps around to the wing before finding Sanchez. He pump fakes, drives baseline, underneath, loses the ball into the hands of Dylan Downs, who saves it from going out of bounds. Wolverines another turnover, and the Cardinals will look to try and take advantage. Can they get a double-digit lead? Simmons gives a kick pass to the far side. Is picked off by Erlbach as Sanchez is going to streak the court and lays one up and in on the right side. And the Cardinals watch as the Wolverines return the favor and the lead back to 5, 36-31. Ridge Thompson into the lane, left open, puts up a shot. He's fouled on the play, leaned into the foul. And Ridge Thompson just aware of his surroundings right there.
They played that just right to pick up that foul. And that's going to be important going down the stretch. They've got a lot of ball game left here to play, a whole full quarter plus almost 2 minutes.
Foul picked up by Bridger Bumgarner. It'll be his first, team second. Very quick moving third quarter of play with 1:48 to go as Thompson steps to the line for his first free throws. Cardinals as a team 4 of 8, and that will get worse as they're 4 of 9 now from the free throw line. And this lead remains at 5. 36-31. Cardinals have been outscored 9-8 in this third quarter of play. Spurgholm directing his backcourt from the bench, shouting out commands to Dylan Downs. Second free throw from Thompson, up and good. He himself has 8 points in the game. And it's back into the hands of the Wolverines. They'll bring it right to left up the far sideline. Torello with the basketball takes the point. Looks to the left elbow. Bridger gives it off to Sanchez. Alberto spins around to the top of the right wing. His shot fading away for 3, no good, and into the hands of Dylan Downs as Dylan gives it back to Ridge Thompson. The senior backs it between the rings, now stands to the right of the logo near center court. Minute and 23 seconds to go. Downs looks to his left, finds Simmons. Simmons looks back to his right and finds Sims. Goes to the corner. Downs for 3. That's off the side of the rim. No good. Punched into the air again by Thomas and rebounded by Sanchez as he has it poked away from him and gets it back up to Torello to the right side. Now at the elbow. Fixes it outside to Sanchez, who finds Bridger. Bridger backs it out. Goes to his left. Kicks it off to Torello. And he fakes a pass to his right. Now finds an open Bridger in the lane. Steps to the hoop. Short on the layup, though. Can't find the bottom of the hoop, and the rebound comes down to the hands of Will Sims. At the top of the free throw line, Ridge Thompson runs the break, and he knocks home another free throw. And the Cardinals watch as their lead back to 8 now. Continuing to grow it despite the small runs by the Wolverines. At the left elbow, Bridger Bumgarner holds the ball, hands off to Torello, bounce, and he's fouled as he got Will Sims flying into the air. And Will Sims, he doesn't even bother arguing. He just hands the ball to the official and says, yeah, it's me.
When you're guilty, you're guilty, and he knew it.
Torello with a beautiful pump fake on the left block after taking the power dribble. And his first free throw cashes in on at least one of them. He's got 3 points. The Wolverines, though, continuing to be a two-man show. 16 points from Alberto Sanchez, 10 from Bridger Bumgarner, 32 in the game as they trail by 7, 39-32. Subs in for the Cardinals. Workman back out onto the court. Dakota Bybee also out there as well. Second free throw rattled in by Torello, and the lead trimmed to 6. 39-33. Each team playing dead even with each other. And the Cardinals, poor mistake as trying to throw it up the court as Riley Simmons gets it into the hands of the Wolverines. They almost turned over coming back, though, as Downs poked it away from behind.
Those long passes like that hardly ever work. You've got to throw it really, really quick, almost a baseball pass, and that didn't work.
And really deep as well. Back to the Wolverines, the ball goes. 20 seconds to go, third quarter, 39-33. Cardinals holding that lead right now. To the right side wing, it'll be Braden who finds Erlbach at the top of the three-point line. Throws it away, poked away rather, as Bridger gets the ball back, though, lays one up and gets the friendly roll. Bridger, his first point of the third quarter, makes it a 39-35 game, and on the near side, Torello's going to be whistled for a foul as he bumps the body of Trey Smith on the sideline. 1.6 seconds to go. Cardinals will need a heave at the buzzer in order to try and expand on their lead. Downs lofts one far side. Trey Smith, as the buzzer goes off, gets it to go from half court. Trey Smith rattles it in. He had plenty of room to set it up and knocks it home. 42-35. The Soda Springs Cardinals lead this one by 7 after a buzzer beater from the junior. We'll be back with the fourth quarter after this on KBRV The Bear and mylocalradio.com.
Caribou County Athletics are being brought to you by Bear River Head Start, where they are now accepting applications for preschool. Call 435-755-0181 and enroll your 3- or 4-year-old children today.
There's an organization in southeast Idaho whose wildlife conservation efforts have been commended by the Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation, the Idaho Fish and Wildlife Foundation, and the North American Moose Foundation. Who is this organization? It's Monsanto. While Monsanto is honored by the recognition they receive, their ongoing dedication to the environment is its own reward for all of us. Monsanto. Imagine.
Let technology make life a little easier and give you peace of mind about your home. With affordable security and smart home options, SilverStar makes it easy to take the first step. Keep an eye on what's important to you and be able to act before an incident becomes an emergency. You're in good hands when you choose SilverStar. We've been bringing cutting-edge technology and star treatment customer service to Eastern Idaho and Western Wyoming for nearly 70 years. Call us today and ask about our starter security and smart home packages.
Welcome back out to the home of the Parma Invitational Holiday Tournament on KBRV, the Bear, and MyLocalRadio.com. The Cardinals get a stop on the first offensive possession for the WEISER Wolverines as a three-pointer rattles in and out from Bridger. Inside, the Cardinals back the other way, almost turn it over. Workman takes the basketball. He's going to be fouled on a streaking Erlbach, who picks up his second foul, almost getting the ball out of the hands of Henry Workman as he was able to really rattle it in. So the Cardinals leading by 7:44 to go, fourth quarter of play, looking to knock off the 3A WEISER Wolverines, who took second in this tournament last year and second the year before. They've been a stalwart when it comes to finishing in that championship game. 7 minutes and 37 seconds to go. Down, steps around a defender, bounce pass, backside, to find Trey Smith, and Smith goes off of his ankle. I don't know if Trey was expecting the pass. Either way, with 7:32 to go, the ball is turned over into the hands of the WEISER Wolverines. On the far side, ball is taken there, and Workman, Sanchez, gets it over to the left side. Torello gets it up top. Now Sanchez again steps to the left, step back, and will look back to Torello before rising for a leaner that can't find the bottom of the hoop. It's rebounded inside by Dakota Bybee, who steals it away from a man of the WEISER Wolverines, and back the other way, Trey Smith finds a wide open Riley Simmons on the backside for a no-look pass for an easy bucket for Riley Simmons, and the Cardinals lead 12-9, 44-35 on the far side. Shot up, Torello answers with the three-pointer as shots really starting to rain down for each team, and we have a 6-point game, 44-38 on KBRV the Bear and MyLocalRadio.com.
Hi, I'm Todd Hunziker. Most dealers focus on the experience you have just a few moments that you're in their store. At Hunziker Ford, we want to keep you happy forever, and to prove it, we offer warranty forever at no cost to you. So here's the deal. All you have to do is follow the maintenance schedule on virtually anything you buy from us, and the expensive powertrain components are covered forever. That's Todd Hunziker Ford, just east of Lava Hot Springs on Highway 30. It's just that simple.
Welcome back out to the home of the WEISER Wolverines, the Parma Invitational. WEISER, the home team in this first round of the Parma Holiday Invitational, as the Soda Springs Cardinals leading them, though, 44-38 with 6 minutes and 43 seconds to go on the Summit Welding and Construction scoreboard. And the Cardinals will have the ball outside of the timeout. And Ridge Thompson will get the inbounds play, brought to you by Sanders Furniture and Appliance from Henry Workman, and brings it up left to right. Cardinals leading by 6. See what kind of strategy they invoke here as they'll lob it down low. Workman underneath, waits for the defense to fly by, goes up and is fouled from behind by Sanchez, who again cannot believe it, getting draped around. And they actually call this one on Logan Tolman, who went flying by Workman, and Workman gets the basket and a chance at a three-point play. Workman up to 12 points and make it 13 as the junior cashes in. He's got 13 points and 3 rebounds. 47-38 to a 9-point edge, tied for the biggest lead of the game for the Cardinals, as the Wolverines will try and break this full-court press, and an over-the-back foul called on Trey Smith from the backside by the far side official on his 3-man crew, and I got to agree with this one. He got a little bit overextended going for the reach. Ball on the near side will be taken by Braden Bumgarner. Passes then. Bridger goes over to the right side and takes it center of the top of the key. Far side, passes the ball off. It'll be taken by Crawford. Sanchez from 27 tries to bank it home. Too strong and rebounded by Riley Simmons. Riley loses the ball, picks it back up in the backcourt still. One dribble to get across. Trey Smith on the right side block. Pump fakes one way. Reverse put up another way, and he can't find the bottom as the rebound picked up by Tolman. Stripped out of his hands by Workman, and a little baby hook with the right hand notched home. The Cardinals defense continuing to hound, and Tolman stripped of the ball as Sanchez, another deep three, this one from 24 feet, rattled home and good again. Alberto Sanchez with 10 second-half points and 19 in the game. WEISER trailing by 8, 49-41. It'll be Ridge. Inside pass underneath to Workman, who lays one up and in. The Cardinals just outrunning the WEISER Wolverines right now and using the fast break to a beautiful advantage. 5.5 to go, 51-41 to the near side. It'll be Bumgarner who passes underneath to Tolman to a cutting Coleman, who cannot finish, or Crawford, excuse me, who cannot finish the shot, and the rebound picked up by Ridge Thompson. Riley Simmons dribbles through some traffic and loses the ball as it's poked away from behind, and Brumgardner gets it up ahead. Sanchez can't hit the first shot. Rebounded, though, by Paul Crawford, who lays it up and in, and the turnover results in points for the Wolverines. And now a travel on the inbounds play. Another turnover by the Cardinals, back-to-backs, as Ridge Thompson felt he got tripped, and instead it'll just be a chance for the Cardinals and Wolverines to sub, and the Wolverines to get the ball underneath their own hoop. 51-43, still that 8-point lead with a 5-minute mark left to go in the ball game. Sanchez to inbound, goes right side. Bridger Bumgarner feeds it around. Crawford gets it to Sanchez, top of the key, spins to his left, pulls back, up top Crawford, all the way rotated into the hands of Bridger Bumgarner. Takes 2 dribbles to his left, now 3, and centers himself top of the key before picking up his dribble. Sanchez, another deep 3 ball. That's Nylon on the way through, raining it from deep with another Bear Lake Drub 3-pointer, and it's a 5-point game, 51-46. Cardinals holding on to the lead as they'll slow things down. Smith loses his man. Workman has to fly to keep the ball in bounds, still ends up going into the hands of the Wolverines as they'll push it. Sanchez, another 3 ball. He's stroking it from outside. 3 3-pointers in the fourth quarter. It's a 2-point game, 51-49, and WEISER has all of a sudden come back from what looked to be the dead. And Kirby, when a player gets hot like that, there's just nothing you can do.
Well, I'll tell you, he has really drained that ball. And what do? You can double team him, but that's going to leave somebody else open. So you just can't play him straight up and try and play him a little tighter.
9 3-pointers in the game for the WEISER Wolverines right now, and of those, 7 have come from Alberto Sanchez. 3 of those have come in this quarter, and 4 have come in the second half. That man is on fire from outside, and he's not just putting him up from a little bit of range. He's putting him up from 24, 25, 26 feet.
And that's what's catching the Cardinals off balance. I think what you're going to see, and I think the reason they called this timeout, is they're going to try and keep the ball from going to him, because once he gets it, he can shoot it from anywhere. He's proven that here in this last quarter. So let's see if they can't adjust to that and keep the ball out of his hands.
And with a hand in his face, too, as the Cardinals have not been playing poor defense on him. He's just been getting a foot of room, and that's all it takes for him to get that shot up with such a quick release. 25 points for Sanchez, the leading scorer in the game. Henry Workman with 15 for the Cardinals 17 for the Cardinals is their leading scorer in the contest, as he has had an explosive game as well. 4:17 to go, 51-49 on the Summit Welding and Construction scoreboard, and the Cardinals will inbound, and they throw it away again, and just like that, no, they can't tie it up. Sanchez loses the ball out of bounds. It goes off of Bridger Bumgarner. The Wolverines stole the ball away inside with Sev Bokitas and ends up going into the hands of themselves. They'll say last touched by Black instead, so it will stay WEISER basketball. 4:10 to go, 51-49. Sanchez to inbound the ball. Stands on the baseline to the left of the hoop from our vantage point here at the top of the gym. Sanchez lofts it deep, taken by Crawford to the right side, fakes a pass to Sanchez, now gets it back to Sanchez anyways. He gives off to Bridger at the top of the key. To his left, no, picks up his dribble. Crawford thought about a 3 for a moment. Erlbach might have gotten away with the travel on the far side. Instead feeds it up to Bridger for 3, and he has no one near him and splashes home the 10th 3-pointer of the game for the Wolverines. Ridge Thompson back the other way, really pushing the pace hard, is fouled on his way past the 3-point line, and he is going to watch as the Cardinals get the second foul on Bridger Bumgarner and the 16th foul on the Wolverines. That means free throws coming up for the Cardinals the rest of the way through for the final 3:55. Trey Smith to inbound, gets it to Ridge, who walks it across the timeline. 3:52 to go. Cardinals trailing by 1, 51-52. Ridge rising for a quick jumper, no good. Rebound loose and out of bounds. Last touched by the Wolverines, and it remains Cardinal ball. Olsen, a good job of fighting for it until he realized it was going out of bounds and then letting the WEISER man poke it away. 3:44 to go. Still that 1-point game. The Cardinals, another Sanders Furniture Plants inbounds play, lofted deep, taken by Workman. Henry bounces one into a double team and picked off by Crawford as he gives it to the right side. The Cardinals with 20 turnovers in the game now, and those really coming at costly times. To the right side, Bridger backs it up. Inside pass to a wide open Earlbach, who misses the shot off the bottom of the rim, and up the court comes Kyle Olsen, who's bumped and fouled by Sanchez, and Alberto gets his fourth. That'll also send Kyle to the line for 1-and-1 free throws, where he is 3 of 4. Big free throws here for Olsen, but he's proven before, not in this season, but in past seasons, or last year's season, that he does have the ability to make clutch free throws.
Well, he's got to make the first to get a second try.
3:25 to go. First one, nothing but net as it splashes high in the air, dropping softly through, and the Cardinals tie the game up at 52 apiece. 3 minutes and 25 seconds to go. Olsen, one more. This one up and no good. A foul's going to be called on the backside as Workman is going to be called for a foul. And I think they actually just waved this one off and say it was a flop on the inside, so it'll be back to WEISER basketball, or a lane violation on Workman, in fact. So the free throw would not have counted. We're still tied 52-52. Sanchez, near side, puts up another three ball, short off the front of the rim. Bridger Bumgarner has the ball bounce right into his hands, though, to the right corner. Open, Crawford for a three of his own. That's no good. Rebound snared by Will Sims again to save the possession for Soda. Trey Smith to bring it up. Cardinals looking for a lead. Then tied 52-52. Sims takes one dribble, gets it up top to Ridge Thompson. Workman asking for the ball far side of the court. Not going to get it as Ridge backs it out. 2 minutes and 49 seconds to go as Thompson goes up to Trey Smith. Left side, Olsen takes it on the wing. Guarded by Torello. Back to Ridge. He rises for three of his own. That's no good. Rolls around the rim before being pulled down by Sanchez. He cruises up the court, picks up his dribble, gets it outside to Torello. Up top, Crawford swings it to Bridger. Bumgarner waits for the defense to fly by, steps back, and passes up on the shot altogether as they move it around to Crawford, who's going to lean in. A blocking foul called on Henry Workman. It'll be on the floor. Henry looking for the foul calls right now, and I don't think that's the way you need to play this one.
No, I don't think so either. He definitely was beat on that play, and he kind of did a flop there, and the official, he didn't buy that. So
2:23 to go, 52 all your score here, fourth quarter of play. Cardinals trying to hold on after having a 9-point edge into the lane. Bridger puts up a shot, gets bumped, but the officials say no foul, and the rebound pulled in by Henry Workman. Good call, no call there by the officials, by the way, as he was out of control going into the lane. Cardinals with 2:08 to go on the Summit Welding and Construction scoreboard. A chance to take the lead again. Both sides have traded empty possessions. Trey Smith with the ball, right side wing, lobs one into the paint, trying to find Will Sims. Instead, turned over. That's a risk you take early in a game. I don't know about right now. Sanchez gets the ball up ahead. Bumgarner crosses the pass to Torello. He takes the ball, spins on Workman to the free throw line, finds Sanchez on the near side wing, back up to Torello. Cardinals moving around with an outside zone. A Workman, another steal, but he can't keep it in bounds. He got a coast-to-coast flush on that once, but he couldn't quite keep it inside of the black lines around the outside of this court, and it will remain WEISER basketball on the far sideline. Bridger Bumgarner to inbound the basketball into the backcourt, taken by Torello, and the Cardinals will back off the defense to let him bring it to the three-point line. Torello playing the point guard duties, crosses over Thompson, picks up his dribble at the free throw line, goes outside. Earlbach gets it up top. Braden Bumgarner finds a way to get it to Torello again. Right side, Braden gets the basketball, guarded tightly by Workman, clears some space for himself, and gets it to Earlbach. Inside, throws it away, and another turnover to the Cardinals. Big turnover there with 1:17 to go. And again, neither team finding a way to get the ball in the hoop.
Nobody wants to win.
That's just what I was going to think, is this one is definitely, they both had chances. The Cardinals will give the Wolverines an easy one as they turn it over on an inbounds play. Braden Bumgarner stealing it away, and now another steal will not result in points as Olsen fouled on the way down after Isaac Torello stole it away from him on a rebound and inbounds play, and the Cardinals will get lucky on that one as Olsen able to rise up, get the free throws, and the rebound as he'll have 1-and-1 coming back on the other side.
You hate to lose the ball game on a turnover like that, though.
And it's in 7 of them in the fourth quarter for the Cardinals now. Another free throw coming up for Kyle Olsen. Front end of the 1-and-1. Down by 2 are the Cardinals. First one up and no good. Rebound sails into the hands of Bridger Bumgarner. He's got 12 in the game, and the Wolverines will bring it forward. Down by 2. Cardinals trying to avoid that 9:30 game tomorrow as Sanchez gives it over to Braden Bumgar. Pass down low, turned over to the Cardinals as Trey Smith comes up with a loose ball through the lane. Up the court he comes, right side, Ridge Thompson for three. No, can't knock it in, and it's rebounded inside by Erlbach. Up the far side, Erlbach gives off to Braden Bumgarner. Back to Sanchez. Cardinals really selling all out right now, and Trey Smith is going to be whistled for a foul. No, they're going to say out of bounds. Last touched by Trey Smith, poking from behind. Cardinals everywhere right now trying to force that ball away. Still down by 2, 54-52. And a timeout taken by the Cardinals. We'll take one with them. Back after this on KBRV The Bear and online at mylocalradio.com.
If you're looking for live local sports, local news, weather, live classifieds, and free photo downloads, search no more. MyLocalRadio.com has what you want. Watch your teams live or browse the tens of thousands of photographs of Wyoming, Utah, and Idaho high school events, from speech and drama competitions, rodeo, an array of different athletics, activities, community events, and so much more. Visit MyLocalRadio.com today and find what you're looking for.
Welcome back out into the Parma Holiday Invitational. The Cardinals had led this game by 9 points, but they watched as the WEISER Wolverines went on a 13-2 run.
The Cardinals have really not played their best ball here in the fourth quarter. They've turned the ball over a lot, and some of those were pretty much stupid turnovers because they're just not, I don't know what the problem is, but they're just not doing what they have been doing the first three quarters.
It has been a problem for them. 7 turnovers by my count. I'm probably missing 1 or 2 in the fourth quarter. 22 turnovers total in the game for the Soda Springs Cardinals. And the boys team, not something you can deal with. Ball inbounded, taken by Tolero to the far side. 34 seconds to go. Picks up his dribble in the backcourt. Feeds it over to Bridger Bumgarner. He steps into the Cardinals defense. Gives it to Torello. Far side Sanchez dribbles underneath the baseline up top. And the Wolverines really just handing the ball around as Thompson forced to foul. WEISER, they're content to just pass around and dribble out this final 22 seconds.
If they can, that's what they'd like to do. They know the Cardinals are going to have to foul to get the ball back.
Bridger again to inbound the basketball. Lofts one deep to his brother. Braden takes it, and he's going to be fouled quickly by Trey Smith, who picks up his third, and that will send the sophomore to the free throw line. And we haven't seen Braden shoot free throws yet. So this could be a good person to foul, could be a bad person to foul. We'll find out. 20.5 seconds to go in the fourth quarter. Cards down by 2, 54-52. As of right now, looks like we're going to be back here at 9:30 tomorrow morning with that first game. If they can pull off the win, then it will be at 3:30 as the first free throw finds the bottom of the hoop, and the lead is up to 3, 55-52. Cardinals needing a miss here and a 3 ball at the other side or just a 2 ball in order to cut it down to a 1-point game. One more free throw coming up. The right-handed shooter puts it up, and Braden's second free throw, nothing but net on the way through. He's got 4 points all in the fourth quarter, and the Wolverines lead by 4. And Ridge Thompson trying to make a play happen, travels before he crosses half court, looking to split a double team, and is back into the hands of the WEISER Wolverines for the near sideline inbound with 16.5 seconds to go. Cardinals will be disappointed with this game, assuming it finishes out the way that it looks like it will, as Braden brings the ball forward, gives over to Torello. He finds Sanchez underneath, who lays one up, blocked from behind, but Erlbach right there with the offensive board, lays it up and in, and now the Cardinals will throw the ball away to the near side for another turnover, and really this just a mental meltdown by Soda Springs in the fourth quarter. So Will Sims with the turnover, kicking himself on the court right now, but it has not been just him, as ever since you saw Sanchez rise for 3 straight three-pointers, that really kicked the momentum into the side of the Wolverines that take this game from being a 40-50 game, all of a sudden made it a 49-50 game, and then all of a sudden, since then, we've watched as the Wolverines have reeled off a 9-2 run.
You know, the sad part about that is most of those points have come off turnovers for the Cardinals. So I don't know what had happened between the third and fourth quarters, but they really did, like you say, they had a meltdown.
And again, something that it's good this happens, though, because you need this experience to know what to do in those situations. You learn from losses, and that is something that the Cardinals will have to do from this one. Pick your heads up, go on to the next game tomorrow, and try and beat Ambrose. As the WEISER Wolverines with 3.9 seconds to go will inbound the basketball. Bridger Bumgarner takes it, and he is just going to dribble this one out as they show good sportsmanship. And 58-52, the final score as the buzzer sounds. Your post-game show is coming up next, as well as a look at what's going to be coming up in the girls' game as they get set to take on the Nissa Bulldogs. Back after this on KBRV The Bear and mylocalradio.com.
This broadcast of high school sports is being made possible by the Mound Valley Cattle Company in Thatcher, Idaho, serving Utah, Idaho, and Wyoming.
When the time comes, you'll want true compassion balanced with clinical care for your mom or dad, grandma, or grandpa. Edgewood Assisted Living Center in Soda Springs provides a warm, caring, and secure environment for individuals who need medication assistance, healthy meals, and assistance with daily activities. You can help by introducing them to our Assisted Living Center. Come on in for a tour and consultation. Find out about our monthly move-in specials and respite visits. Furnished suites are available. Call 208-547-0257. The Edgewood Assisted Living Center in Soda Springs, Idaho, a place to call home.
It's time for us to take a look at your Lalaton's food specials for the weeks of December 15th through the 28th. And if you're doing any holiday baking, Lalaton's is the place to go. Grab Western Family 4-pound bags of granulated sugar for $1.49. Western Family 10-pound bags of all-purpose bleached or unbleached flour is $2.99. Baking chips are 2 bags for $4. Western Family 2-pound bags of brown or powdered sugar are just 99 cents. And Western Family sweet cream salted or unsalted butter is 2 boxes for $5. That's a look at just some of your Lalaton's food specials in Soda Springs.
Whether it's warm outside and you need an air conditioning system or cold outside and you need a new natural gas furnace, Reed's Plumbing and Heating has what you need to keep your family comfortable, and there's never been a better time to convert to natural gas. With great service and expertise, Reed's is your all-weather friend in southeastern Idaho. Call us today, 208-547-4466, and we'll get right to work making your home comfortable and cozy. That's Reed's Plumbing and Heating at 208-547-4466. Natural gas, it's worth asking for.
Get it to go at Patterson Quick Stop in Soda Springs and Patterson Easy Way in Grace, Idaho. From pizza to potato wedges, from burritos to the jalapeno-flavored corn dogs, from candy, clothing, car accessories, and fountain drinks, convenience is fun. And Patterson Quick Stop and Patterson Easy Way help to fill your needs conveniently. They have something for everyone. Food, fuel, and fun at Patterson Quick Stop in Soda Springs and Patterson Easy Way in Grace. Right here, right now.
Welcome back out to the home of the, just text it to me. Welcome back out to the home of the Parma Invitational Tournament as we have a quick turnaround coming up for you as the Soda Springs Lady Cardinals looking to get their 10th win of the season, and they are going to be taking on the Nissa Bulldogs. I believe the Nissa Bulldogs as they get set for their opportunity out there on the court. And Nissa coming into this game with a little bit of surprise. They were not supposed to be the team that was going to end up playing the Cardinals starting things off, as it started out as it was going to be the Baker City Bulldogs, but instead Baker City could not make it because of some problems with weather, and it has turned into a matchup between these two teams and a very, very quick pregame show coming up your way. But first we need to wrap up those stats from the boys basketball game. And as Nissa comes into this one looking for some of those opportunities to come away with the win. The boys for Soda Springs led in the game by Henry Workman, 15 points and 4 rebounds. Trey Smith, 10 points and 5 boards. Ridge Thompson, 10 points and 4 rebounds. The Cardinals, though, turned it over 9 times in the fourth quarter by my tally, 24 times in the game. And the Nissa Bulldogs, after turning it over 19 times in the first 3 quarters, only 3 turnovers in the final quarter of play as they put up 23 points to the Cardinals' 10 points and ran away with a win in this ball game. Soda Springs, with 3 minutes and 13 seconds to go, will be sending their girls out there onto the court, and we will be bringing you that action coming back after this break on KBRV The Bear and online at mylocalradio.com.
This presentation of Caribou County Athletics is being brought to you by Crop Production Services of Bancroft. Call 208-648-7891 to learn how to get the best production out of your crops.
Whether it's warm outside and you need an air conditioning system, or cold outside and you need a new natural gas furnace, Reed's Plumbing and Heating has what you need to keep your family comfortable, and there's never been a better time to convert to natural gas. With great service and expertise, Reed's is your all-weather friend in southeastern Idaho. Call us today, 208-547-4466, and we'll get right to work making your home comfortable and cozy. That's Reed's Plumbing and Heating at 208-547-4466. Natural gas, it's worth asking for.
Get it to go at Patterson Quick Stop in Soda Springs and Patterson Easy Way in Grace, Idaho. From pizza to potato wedges, from burritos to the jalapeno flavored corn dogs, from candy, clothing, car accessories, and fountain drinks, convenience is fun. And Patterson Quick Stop and Patterson Easy Way help to fill your needs conveniently. They have something for everyone: food, fuel, and fun at Patterson Quick Stop in Soda Springs and Patterson Easy Way in Grace. Right here, right now.
This production of Caribou County Athletics is being brought to you by London Drug and Grace, your good neighbor pharmacy, locally owned, locally loved. It's time for us to take a look at your Lalaton's food specials for the weeks of December 15th through the 28th. And if you're doing any holiday baking, Lalaton's is the place to go. Grab Western Family 4-pound bags of granulated sugar for $1.49. Western Family 10-pound bags of all-purpose bleached or unbleached flour is $2.99. Baking chips are 2 bags for $4. Western Family 2-pound bags of brown or powdered sugar are just 99 cents. And Western Family sweet cream, salted or unsalted butter is 2 boxes for $5. That's a look at just some of your Lalaton's food specials in Soda Springs.
When the time comes, you'll want true compassion balanced with clinical care for your mom or dad, grandma or grandpa. Edgewood Assisted Living Center in Soda Springs provides a warm, caring, and secure environment for individuals who need medication assistance, healthy meals, and assistance with daily activities. You can help by introducing them to our Assisted Living Center. Come on in for a tour and consultation. Find out about our monthly move-in specials and respite visits. Furnished suites are available. Call 208-547-0257. The Edgewood Assisted Living Center in Soda Springs, Idaho, a place to call home.
Welcome back out to the home of the Parma Invitational Tournament. Again, a quick turnaround as the girls' game getting set to start, as they're behind schedule here, trying to get themselves somewhat back on schedule, about an hour behind, or a half hour behind after a very quick boys basketball game. And we have what turns out to be the best roster we can get. Hopefully we'll be able to jot some of those names down in front of us as the Soda Springs Cardinals getting set to take to the court. The Lady Cardinals 9-1. No word on what the Nissa Bulldogs are. As far as I know, they are 1-1 on the season with a win and a loss to Adrian. If you know where Adrian is, then you are ahead of the game as far as me. Cardinals will be in their black uniforms, Nissa in their white home uniforms, blue shoulder pads with Bulldogs written across the front, white numbers outlined in blue as well. As the Cardinals will move right to left, the Bulldogs will move left to right, and out there is Kiera Hernandez to take the opening jump against Kirsten Rasmussen as the Cardinals take the opening tip, and it will be the Cardinals taking over to start off possession. Over to the right side, Casey Anderson gives the ball over to McCullough, looks down low, lofts a pass to the free throw line, extended where Rasmussen's shot just rolls off the rim, but is rebounded again by Casey Anderson and turned over as the Bulldogs come away with the first turnover of the game from the Soda Springs Cardinals. Right side into the paint. The Bulldogs will throw it around. Hernandez throws it right back into the hands of the Soda Springs Cardinals. Sadie Groning brings it up the far side of the court, pulls it around to the far side wing, swung to the near side where McCullough's open from 18 and cashes it in. Kent McCullough's onto the board, and the Soda Springs Cardinals get themselves a 2-0 lead on the Caribou Memorial Hospital scoreboard. And back up the court will come the Nissa Bulldogs to the near side. The ball is going to be taken there by Maddie Mitchell. To the right side, Hartley. That's Sailor Hartley, bumped, and out of bounds the ball goes. Last touched by the Bulldogs. Hartley not quite agreeing with the call. Either way, the Cardinals will get to inbound the ball, and Sadie Groning will take it up across half court. 7:01 to go. A pair of turnovers for the Bulldogs as Smith goes right side corner, trying to find the open Sadie Groning on the backside, and instead it is going to be picked up by the Bulldogs. And the Bulldogs will get to bring that one forward. Charlena Lancaster to her left gets a screen from Sailor Hartley, and Hartley is not going to be able to track down a ball as it was passed to her. To the near side, Casey Smith, backdoor pass, finds Sadie Groning, and her short jumper rattles off the rim, being unkind to the Cardinals so far as the ball rebounded by Maddie Mitchell. Back up the court comes Sailor Hartley once again, left side, dribbles the ball off of a Cardinals foot and tries to track it down before another Bear Lake Drug jump ball is going to be called in the backcourt, with the possession arrow in favor of the Nissa Bulldogs. So they'll keep possession of it with 6 minutes and 24 seconds to go in the first quarter of play. If you're just joining us, this game was supposed to be played at 11 o'clock, and it was supposed to include a different Bulldogs team from Baker City, not Nissa, but Baker City had to cancel their games today due to the freeway being closed, and Nissa was able to be a fill-in team as they'll turn the ball over. And on the far side this time, 3 turnovers for Nissa already to the Soda Springs Cardinals with 6:15 to go. And the Cardinals' full court pressure really having an effect on the Nissa Bulldogs. To the right side, Kat McCullough takes the ball in the wing, brings it around near the top of the key, launches one down low where Kirsten Rasmussen is left all alone on the baseline. She lays it up and in. The Cardinals will watch as Nissa takes a timeout, a 30-second timeout. And Kirby, I'll take this moment to talk to you really quick. The Cardinals, again, this seems like they've handled the switch of teams very well.
They have. They've done a great job so far. We really, I think, are well known all over the state for playing a tough defense, and they're showing that here. They've forced some turnovers already in this ball game, and they'll continue to do that. They'll continue to put pressure on, and that has always worked to our favor.
This was a team that played here last year, did the Nissa Bulldogs, not in the tournament this year after they had it wasn't the best of showings last year at this tournament. They struggled quite a bit in the field, but this is still a team that is coming from a bigger school. They have some good size out there and some quick guards, it looks like, as well on the field.
It's a good team. They play a good, solid ball. I don't know that they've had the experience playing together like Soda has, and that's always an advantage if you can do that.
McCullough to inbound the basket, or to guards the inbound, as it's going to be played in and brought forward by Sailor Hartley. Up ahead to Brittany Arendado, and it is going to be a foul called inside on Kiera Hernandez as she is able to take it to the hoop. Casey Anderson picks up the foul for the Soda Springs Cardinals as the senior post gets her first and the team's first. And at the line goes Kiera Hernandez. 2 free throws coming up. Right-handed shooter, ponytail or braid, I should say, or yeah, it is a ponytail, all the way back to the bottom of her shorts as she knocks home the first free throw. And we'll have a second one to go. 4-1 the Cardinals lead with 5:51 to go on the Summit Welding and Construction scoreboard. Second free throw up. That one nothing but net as well. And Kiera Hernandez cuts the Cardinals lead in half, 4-2, as Sadie Groning brings the ball up the right sideline. Back to between the rings. Sailor Hartley is going to guard her all the way to the wing before they find Anderson, who travels with the ball as she leaned just a little bit too far before taking that step and turns it over to the hands of the Bulldogs. So Nissa, again, will have to deal with the full court pressure from the Cardinals. To the near side, Sailor goes up ahead and finds the hands of Arendando through the lane and thrown away to the hands of the Soda Springs Cardinals. As Nissa, again, and it seems this is always the case with the Cardinals. The teams a lot of times will handle the press of Soda Springs, but they will not be able to adjust and be able to handle the half-court set after they had to pick up their pace. Sadie Groning over to the right side wing for the Cardinals after the 4th turnover by the Bulldogs. We'll see McCullough bring it around to the near side. Groning open for 3, top of the key. That skips off the rim and into the hands of Charlena Lancaster for her first board. Brings it up the middle of the court, looks to her left. Going to be trapped and double teamed near the top of the key before passing it to the near side. Sailor goes to her right, spins into the lane herself, lofts a pass to the far side corner. Picked up there by Maddie Mitchell, back outside to Lancaster and thrown away along the baseline, but last touched by the Cardinals, and it will remain Bulldogs basketball. Bulldogs, not a whole lot of subs. In fact, only one's been made so far in the game as Jordan Martinez has taken the uniform top off on the bench. Everyone else is the same. Cardinals will make their first sub of the game as Taylor Myers checks in to give Sadie Groning a break. 4-2, Cardinals up 3 minutes into the game. Inside the baseline, Sailor Hartley might have been fouled, but her shot is blocked away either way, and Taylor Myers comes away with the board. To the near side, Smith goes to the left side corner. McCullough takes the basketball there before launching a pass to Myers. Down low, Rasmussen takes it right block and banks it home. Kirsten Rasmussen had an awakening against the West Side Lady Pirates, and she is definitely feeling her groove right now as the Nissa Bulldogs trailing by 4, 6-2, break the press on the far side. It'll be passed up ahead. Into the paint goes Maddie Mitchell, blocked away by Anderson, pulls down the basketball. She's going to take it into the front court and hands off to Casey Smith as the Cardinals get the ball back again. Kirsten passes up a three from the right side wing with a person there guarding her. That was Hernandez. Now the Cardinals will set up the offensive set. Anderson, lower block, passes it back up top. Myers finds Smith. Casey passes it to Rasmussen, who has it batted away from her by the defense on the pass. Inside to the lane, throwing up a shot and being fouled is Charlena Lancaster. She is going to step to the free throw line for a pair of foul shots now with 3 minutes and 56 seconds to go. Myers picks up the foul. And that's something that you don't mind from her because it goes along with her aggressive style of play. She definitely brings that extra intensity to this Cardinals team, and the foul gets even better as she misses the free throw.
That is true.
So one more free throw coming up. Sub does come in. As into the game now for the first time, I believe, is Sabrina Hernandez. And the free throw up and no good again from Lancaster. So the rebound picked up by Kat McCullough. Gives off to Casey Smith to bring up the right side. On the far sideline. Pulls the dribble outside on the wing. Gives it back over to Myers. Holds it on the far side wing. Skip pass up top to McCullough. Kat looks to her right. Now comes back to her left. Finds Smith. Casey's open for three but misses it to the right side. And the rebound is going to be pulled in underneath the basket. And that is Jordan Martinez who comes away with the rebound. So I was wrong on who they subbed in. It is Jordan Martinez with the basketball thrown away. The Nissa Bulldogs will see it picked off by Casey Smith. Good job running the break, but Myers can't handle a pass that's too far in front of her. As a good look from Smith, but Casey just did not have enough touch on the pass in order to get it to Myers, who was streaking down the court. 3:19 to go, 6-2. The Soda Springs Cardinals trailing by 4. Ball lofted into the middle of the paint, thrown up ahead as Mitchell breaks the press, and it'll be into the hands of Hartley. Saylor kicks it right side, open from the three-point line and off the back of the rim. No good is the shot attempt of Hernandez. Kicked over to the left side corner, taken there, and waved around by Brittany Arredondo. Brittany picks up her dribble. Now gives it over to the far side wing where Lancaster will reset the offense. 2 minutes and 53 seconds to go in a very low-scoring first quarter of play. To the far side, Arredondo gets it back up top. Lancaster feeds it inside to Hartley to the right side wing, taken by Jordan Martinez. Bounce pass down low, finds Hartley. Is she'll try and step around, goes up and under, and is blocked out of bounds back into the hands of the Nissa Bulldogs. Nissa, for all the players they have on their bench, not going that deep right now as they've continued to play with just the few they've had on the court, only a 6-person deep bench right now. Arredondo inbounds the basketball, taken by Mitchell to the right side, and a ball off of the foot of the Bulldogs, and Arredondo will give the ball back into the hands. Excuse me, no, the official. Everybody doing the wrong thing as the official said it wrong, and now they're going to talk things over and confer. I thought at first it should be white ball, and that is what they're going to do, as it looked like it was off the foot of Anderson in the right corner. 2:34 to go, 6-2. The score on the Caribou Memorial Hospital scoreboard here at the home of the Parma Holiday Invitational, as the Bulldogs will inbound the basketball. Lofting one deep and picking it up near the top of the key is Martinez. Inside, Arredondo gets the ball down low. Hernandez gets it to the far side where Saylor puts up a shot. That's faded away and no good. Rebounded on the play by Myers. Taylor goes to the right side where Groning will slow up the press with 2 minutes and 16 seconds to go. Groning in between the rings finds Jorianne Balls. Down low, Anderson gets some room and fires up a shot. Foul below the hoop. Upset herself that she didn't finish, but she is going to step to the line as she is going to get Kiera Hernandez her first foul and the first team foul on the Nissa Bulldogs.
One thing I like about this tournament is they let a lot of the play go. They're not calling every little thing, and I think that creates a better game for the people to watch.
First free throw up and good, and I do agree with you. And the other thing is they have a three-man crew. And so I think that gives the officials a little bit more leeway with not calling some of the fouls, because they say, well, if they didn't see it on that side, there's two sets of eyes beyond mine, so why should I call a foul if two other eyes didn't see it? As the ball will be brought in by the Bulldogs after the second free throw is missed, but they throw it away immediately up ahead down the court, picked up by Myers to the right side. She finds an open Danny Smith, who will feed it down low to Groning and throws it off of Saylor Hartley. and keeps the ball in favor of the Soda Springs Cardinals. 7-2, they lead by 5. A minute and 54 to go. As Danny Smith will get the ball in. Myers moves it over to Danny Smith. And on the far side, a jump ball will be called. Brought to you by Bear Lake Drug. That jump ball keeps it in favor of the Soda Springs Cardinals.
That was really kind of an ugly possession right there. They just can't seem to get their offense rolling like it should.
And they've missed some open looks as well. 7-2. They continue to lead this game, though, as Nissa, for all the offensive struggles the Cardinals are having, Nissa's had the exact same struggles. It'll be Sadie Groning to take the inbounds play, brings it to her left all the way around the wing, underneath the basket, throws it off the hands of Casey Smith and out of bounds, back into the hands of the Bulldogs. So again, Nissa's been giving the Cardinals chances. The Cardinals 5 turnovers of their own, and you talked about that long wait in between games, something that this varsity is not necessarily used to. But the Nissa Bulldogs weren't ready for a game today, as they weren't expecting one, and they turn it over again. Sadie Groning finds Casey Smith under the hoop, who lays it up and in. The Cardinals now up 9-2, starting to swell this lead. Martinez gets it up ahead. Sailor Hartley brings it across the timeline. Far side wing, picks up her dribble, almost loses it to the near side. Arredondo goes to the left elbow before swinging the ball back around to the other Hartley sister, and Maddie Hartley. Back to Arredondo. Up top, Martinez. Cardinals shifting around to man defense as they look to continue to battle, and an inside pass picked off by Jorian Bowles as she was fronting Hernandez in the post. Cardinals will run the break well once again, but off of the hands of Groning. The pass a bit behind her. They'll say still with the Cardinals, poked out of bounds by Maddie Hartley. Tell you what, Nissa really struggling to hold on to the basketball, and a lot of times it's been in the half-court sets as well. Inside pass, Rasmussen lays one up right side, sneaks behind the defense, and gets her 6th point of the game. 11-2 with under a minute to go on the Caribou Memorial Hospital scoreboard. The Cardinals lead, and a ball poked out of bounds by Kirsten on the far side will keep it in the hands of Nissa. But an 11-2 lead has the Cardinals up by 9, and the Bulldogs will be inbounding on the far side. Brittany Arredondo gets the basketball in. Be taken by Maddie Hartley. Looking to her right, hands the ball off, taken there by her sister Sailor. To her left, spins to the right elbow before kicking it into the corner to Maddie. Looking inside, trying to get it to Hernandez. Hernandez double teamed on the low block, and instead the ball be picked off by Sadie Groning. She's going to run the court this time and lays one up and in on the left side as Sadie joins the scoring parade. It's a 13-2 lead for the Cardinals and a 9-0 run. Ball in the hands of Sailor. Launches a pass deep. That's going to be picked off by Jorian Balls, but recovered by Maddie Hartley, and she waits for the rest of the offense to get up before they reset. Hernandez, low block. Blocked away by Rasmussen. Rebounded by Smith. 6 seconds to go. Cardinals give it up ahead. Danny Smith under the hoop. Lays one up and in. And the Cardinals fast break again, able to strike quickly, and they lead at 15-2 on the strength of an 11-0 run. Back after this with the second quarter of play on KBRV The Bear and MyLocalRadio.com.
Caribou County Athletics on KBRV are brought to you by Bear Lake Dental, where their commitment is to provide you with the highest standard of personalized dental care in a gentle, efficient, and professional manner. Call 208-847-0153 to schedule your appointment with Bear Lake Dental.
Get it to go at Patterson Quick Stop in Soda Springs and Patterson Easy Way in Grace, Idaho. From pizza to potato wedges, from burritos to the jalapeno flavored corn dogs, from candy, clothing, car accessories, and fountain drinks, convenience is fun. And Patterson Quick Stop and Patterson Easy Way help to fill your needs conveniently. They have something for everyone: food, fuel, and fun at Patterson Quick Stop in Soda Springs and Patterson Easy Way in Grace. Right here, right now.
Whether it's warm outside and you need an air conditioning system, or cold outside and you need a new natural gas furnace, Reed's Plumbing and Heating has what you need to keep your family comfortable, and there's never been a better time to convert to natural gas. With great service and expertise, Reed's is your all-weather friend in southeastern Idaho. Call us today, 208-547-4466, and we'll get right to work making your home comfortable and cozy. That's Reed's Plumbing and Heating at 208-547-4466. Natural gas, it's worth asking for.
Welcome back out to the Parma Invitational. Start of the second quarter of play. The Soda Springs Cardinals with a very comfortable 15-2 lead over the Nissa Bulldogs as they look to try and get this game wrapped up early. Nissa will watch as Aaron Dondo puts up a floater from the free throw line, missing it, and Kat McCullough comes away with the rebound for the Cardinals. Run the break once again. Anderson to the baseline. Can't hit the little bunny from the lower block, but she was really affected on the play by Sailor Hartley, and following it up and getting fouled on the way to the line is Casey Smith. So Casey has 2 free throws coming up. And the Cardinals, again, this is where the teamwork really shows for Soda Springs with the fact that they can run that break so quickly. As the first free throw up and good.
It's always nice when you know where your teammates are going to be on the floor, and these kids have played together for so long. They just know what the other players are going to do.
Especially some of these younger classmen. You've seen it already with Danny Smith, Sadie Croning, and Jorianne Balls hooking together. But, again, even during the summer, they played together in the Summer Ball League. As the second free throw good again from Casey Smith. She's got 4 points. Cardinals so far have had 6 different players score in the game to a 16-2 total, 17-2, excuse me, as they just adjust the scoreboard, and they lead this one by 15 on the strength of a 13-0 run. Right side, shot up and off the side of the rim, no good from Alexis Hernandez. Rebound loose and out of bounds to remain in the hands of the Nissa Bulldogs. So Nissa will be inbounding the basketball. From the baseline on the right side, Saylor gets this basketball, and it'll be picked up by Maddie Mitchell, who at the free throw line has some space but doesn't want to take the shot. Instead, she gives it off to Hernandez. To the right side, Saylor Hartley up for 3 off the back of the rim, and Groning, rising above the much bigger Maddie Mitchell, rebounds the basketball and will bring it forward with 7:01 to go. To her left, crosses the timeline, picks up her dribble, gives it to Rasmussen, and it goes through her hands into the hands of Maddie Hartley, who's going to bring it up and pulls it outside, finds Hernandez, deep ball for 3, that's no good. Rebounded underneath and short off the side of the rim is the attempt coming from Mitchell. Another rebound underneath, picked up this time by Kiera Hernandez, and the Bulldogs will move the ball on the outside of the circle with 6 minutes and 35 seconds to go before they watch the ball be batted out of bounds, last touched by the Cardinals. Remains Soda Springs basketball on the far side, 6:33 to go, 17-2. Soda Springs on top by 15. Ball lofted in. Saylor finds Hernandez wide open, and Kiera, using her big body and her big frame to get some space, lays it up and in to get the Bulldogs onto the board for the first time since the first 2 minutes of this game. Ball will be into the hands of Casey Smith, brings it to her left at the wing. Gets up top, Rasmussen open for 3, short off the front of the rim, and Kiera Hernandez gets her second rebound of the game. Up the court, it'll be Saylor Hartley. To her left, double team, loses the ball, poked away from her, gets it back. Groning never giving up on the chase for it, though, and it ends up poked ahead to Maddie Hartley, who's fouled from behind by Sadie Groning. And right in front of Coach Swanevelt, who says, what was that foul for?
Well, sometimes you foul and you really shouldn't. And in that particular case, that's one of those fouls that really wasn't necessary because you really gained absolutely nothing.
You love the aggression, but there's a time and a place. The ball inbounded. It'll be taken on the far side by Charlena Lancaster. To the left side, brought around by Alexis Hernandez to the right side. She gives off to Erin Dondo to the left corner now. She hands off on the wing to Charlena Lancaster. Lancaster back to Erin Dondo. Almost turned over. The Cardinals really doing a good job switching off on these screens, and the Bulldogs cannot find a way to get inside as their motion offense not finding them anything. For 5 minutes, 38 seconds to go. Ball into the hands now of Hernandez as she gives off to Kiera Hernandez, and she's stripped to the ball by Rasmussen on the baseline. 10 turnovers for Nissa with 5:26 to go in this game. They trail by 13. McCullough takes the ball on the right side wing, goes underneath. Anderson uses one dribble, gets it back up top to Kat McCullough before finding Groning, swung to Smith. Casey goes underneath to Anderson, and she can't handle the pass again. And Soda Springs, twice now down the court, has lost the ball on possessions where it's just bringing in a pass.
That wasn't a real good play by Smith. She's got better hands than that, and 99 times out of 100, she's going to catch that and put it up for a basket.
Over to the far side, Hernandez with the basketball. That's Alexis Hernandez. Gets this one up ahead. Picked up by Lancaster. Left side lane. Beautiful beautiful pocket pass into the hands of Kiera Hernandez, and Nissa's on a 4-0 run of their own. They're back within 11, 17-6, 5 minutes and 52 seconds to go. To the near side corner, or wing, excuse me, goes Casey Smith, looks inside for Rasmussen, cuts the lane, and she's bumped and fouled as Hernandez. As she just stops her momentum, there's no foul called. But she kept walking along with Rasmussen as Rasmussen turned into her, and the foul will give the Cardinals an inbounds play underneath their own basket. 4:45 to go, second quarter of play. Stick around for your Bear Lake Drug halftime show coming up after all this is over, as we will be giving you the look at what these two teams have been doing well. Ball inbounded. Smith open for three from the right side off the back of the rim. Rebound loose and out of bounds, and last touched by the Bulldogs.
that was really unfortunate because she got knocked out of the play by her own teammate.
Colliding a little bit on the court, and the Cardinals get the benefit of it. Smith takes the inbounds pass. Casey goes underneath to Anderson. Anderson lays one up and in. Beautiful job working the low block. That's something that Casey Anderson really has done well all season, is when she gets it down there, she can weasel her way into positions that are just tough to get into and tough to stop. Nissa breaks the press to the right side. It'll be taken by Arredondo. Left of the free throw line. Passes one to the left corner. Shot up and good from Alexis Hernandez. She's got a 3-point basket to bring it back to a 10-point game. 19-9. And Groning brings up the basketball. Finds Smith, left side wing. Lofts a pass down low for Balls. And instead of going for the ball, Balls watches it sail by her. And Nissa can again bring the ball forward. It'll be over to Hernandez. Alexis goes to her left. Tries to split a double team. Loses the ball. Now stripped of it by Groning, who on her keister will give the ball off to Smith. And the Cardinals come away with another turnover. 3 minutes and 47 seconds to go. Casey Smith comes to her left. Gives it underneath to Groning from 18. Fading away a bit. No good. Rebounded, though, by Anderson underneath. She passes out of a double team. Finds Smith up top, and she's going to skip and travel with the basketball to turn it over. Anderson, a great job to keep the play alive, but Smith just a little bit too quick on jumping to the hoop. 3:34 to go. Still that 10-point edge for the Cardinals, but it's been cut into since it was 13 at 15-2. In fact, it was 15 at one point in time as Groning intercepts the ball in the backcourt. Another turnover by Nissa. And on the far side, Danny Smith, who's checked into the game for the Cardinals, will keep it alive. Gets it up top to McCullough. Cat moves it around before Groning brings it back up near the logo. 3:16 to go. Cardinals in a bit of a cold spell as Jorianne Ball sets a screen to the hoop. Groning fires one at the basket. It goes out of bounds. Last touch, though, by Maddie Mitchell. 3 minutes and 9 seconds to go. And it'll be Kat McCullough to inbound from the left side from our vantage point underneath their own basket. Gets it inside. Anderson again has it go through her hands. It's picked up by Danny Smith. Back to Anderson to the hoop. Puts up a little banker. Gets it to go with the right hand.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. It's amazing to me how she can make a beautiful play like that. And just a couple seconds ago, the ball went right through her hands.
That was just what I was going to say. It's just a tough break, and Nissa continuing to help out Soda Springs. Throws the ball away on the far sideline. 2:50 to go. Right when you thought Nissa was gaining some momentum, they turn it over, and they give the Cardinals a chance to get back-to-back buckets. It'll be up for Sadie Groning to bring it forward. And to the right side wing finds Kat McCullough. Kat looks to the post, finds Jorianne Balls. Pass was a bit outside of her reach and picked off by Nissa for the 9th Cardinal turnover in the game. And the Cardinals will hound right back on top of Mitchell, and Maddie is stripped to the ball. Right side, Kat McCullough for three, winds up and puts it up, can't get it to go. And the rebound picked up on the play on the far side by Charlena Lancaster. She gives it up top. Arredondo goes to her left, guarded by McCullough. 2:13 to go on the Caribou Memorial Hospital scoreboard before the ball's handed off again to Lancaster. Lancaster gives off to Sailor Hartley. Lofts a pass to the near side. Arredondo takes it on the wing, drives to her left to the free throw line, but throws it away into the hands of Casey Smith. Naked 16 turnovers for the Nampa Bulldogs. Underneath, Danny Smith lays one up and in to convert the fast break score, and the Cardinals lead back up to 14, 23-9. Nissa to break the press. Sees Mitchell dribble it all the way up across the half-court line in the middle of the court. Tied up, Groning strips her of the ball, and a jump ball going to be called right on the logo. Another Bear Lake Drug jump ball with 1 minute and 37 seconds to go. 23-9. And on the near side, the Cardinals will be inbounding as they will check out McCullough and Groning. And into the court will come Myers as well as Rasmussen. Kirsten got a good long break on the bench. 6 points in the game for Kirsten with 1:35 to go and counting in the second quarter of play. To the left side, Danny Smith gives it off to Casey Anderson. She'll spin to her left at the three-point line. Inside pass to Jorianne Balls, who lays one up and in. Jorianne's into the scoring, and the Cardinal post so far with 13 of their 25 points. To the right side, ball's going to be taken in by Sabrina Hernandez. Gives off, and a shot is missed by Jordy Martinez. Rebounded by Taylor Myers and brought back up again by the Cardinals. It'll be into the hands of Danny Smith. Lofts one down low again to Jorianne. Steps around the defense and lays it in again. The Cardinals post continuing to be a dynamite presence inside, and the Bulldogs have no answer. Down by 18, 27-9. Ball passed up ahead. Maddie Hartley goes to the right side corner, taken there and passed up by Martinez as she moves it around to Hernandez. Left side wing. Lofted by Kelsey Tucker to the right side where Martinez takes the ball, tries to dribble around the defense of the Cardinals, and Casey Anderson is going to be called for her second foul.
One thing we don't want are big players to get into foul trouble too early in this ball game.
And that has been something they've avoided to this point in time, as Nissa will inbound the ball but swatted back into the Cardinals bench by Casey Anderson, who smiles on her face as looking to inbound it again with Sabrina Hernandez. That's got to be unnerving when you're looking at the player that just batted it away from you and she just grins at you. Ball inbounded, and trying to take that grin away is going to be a shot from Alexis Hernandez. No good. Rebounded again by Myers, and she swings it off to Danny Smith. Myers doing a good job avoiding the traveler. She had to pull up her dribble quickly. 26 seconds to go. First half of play. 27-9 on the Caribou Memorial Hospital scoreboard. Ball passed up ahead. Myers takes it top of the key. Feeds it back to Smith. Down low, Rasmussen spins her way into the lane. She's going to be fouled. It'll be on the floor and goes as the fourth team foul on the the Nissa Bulldogs, and picked up on the play by Sabrina Hernandez. 15 seconds to go. Cardinals will inbound again, looking for a quick score or something to hold for the last shot. Go down low to Anderson. She gets the quick shot but can't get the basket to fall, and it's rebounded by Hernandez from the right block. She'll bring it forward with 6 seconds to go. Pass to the near side. Sabrina Hernandez underneath the basket, lost the ball but batted out of bounds by Kirsten Rasmussen with 2.1 seconds to go in the half. 27-9, and the Bulldogs looking for double figures as this quarter comes to an end. And the ball will be inbounded underneath the baseline by Kelsey Tucker. She throws it away into the hands of Danny Smith, and as the buzzer sounds, gets off, but not enough underneath it. And we head to the halftime break. Soda Springs up by 18 on the Nissa Bulldogs on KBRV The Bear and MyLocalRadio.com. Your Bear Lake Drug halftime show and your Sanders Furniture halftime highlights are coming up next.
This presentation of Caribou County Athletics is being brought to you by Arctic Circle of Soda Springs, where you can get burgers made from premium Black Angus beef, as well as fries and onion rings with their delicious fry sauce. Be sure to top it all off with a soft serve cone piled high and dipped with their delicious chocolate topping.
Hi, I'm Todd Hunziker. Most dealers focus on the experience you have just a few moments that you're in their store. At Hunziker Ford, we want to keep you happy forever, and to prove it, we offer warranty forever at no cost to you. So here's the deal. All you have to do is follow the maintenance schedule on virtually anything you buy from us, and the expensive powertrain components are covered forever. That's Todd Hunziker Ford, just east of Lava Hot Springs on Highway 30. It's just that simple.
Imagine a mining company that respects the quality of the environment and health of natural ecosystems. At Monsanto, we don't begin mining unless we can ensure every safeguard is in place to respect the environment. And if they're not, then we don't mine. Simple as that. That's why we take steps before, during, and after mining to reach our goal of leaving the land even better than we found it. Monsanto. Imagine.
This presentation of Caribou County Athletics is being brought to you by Troy Young Plumbing and Heating. Call 208-221-0581 for all your plumbing needs, including new installs and remodels, repairs, furnace installation, and more.
If you're looking for live local sports, local news, weather, live classifieds, and free photo downloads, search no more. MyLocalRadio.com has what you want. Watch your teams live or browse the tens of thousands of photographs of Wyoming, Utah, and Idaho high school events, from speech and drama competitions, rodeo, an array of different athletics, activities, community events, and so much more. Visit MyLocalRadio.com today and find what you're looking for.
Let technology make life a little easier and give you peace of mind about your home. With affordable security and smart home options, SilverStar makes it easy to take the first step. Keep an eye on what's important to you and be able to act before an incident becomes an emergency. You're in good hands when you choose SilverStar. We've been bringing cutting-edge technology and star treatment customer service to Eastern Idaho and Western Wyoming for nearly 70 years. Call us today and ask about our starter security and smart home packages.
Welcome back out to the home of the PARMA Invitational on KVRV The Bear and MyLocalRadio.com, as the Soda Springs Lady Cardinals, they've had some mistakes. They've turned the ball over 9 times, which is not something you like to see in the first half of play, but a 27-9 score here in the Bear Lake Drug halftime show.
The score is good, but I agree with you. The turnovers are not, and the coach isn't going to be very happy about that. This is not one of those teams that you would expect to put that much pressure on you, and they are. And it's, for some reason, rattling the Cardinal players. So let's see what happens in the second half.
As far as the scoring for the Soda Springs Cardinals, as we look into the Sanders Furniture and Appliance halftime highlights, brought to you by Sanders Furniture and Appliance in Soda Springs, where they carry only the best brands, including Lazy Boy, Amana, Maytag, and more. They'd look to make your house a home, and the Cardinals feeling very comfortable at home. Spread the scoring out. Only one player has touched the court, has not scored. That is Taylor Myers, but she's even got 4 rebounds in the game, and she's been doing a lot in this game as far as just keeping and boxing out for the Soda Springs Cardinals. 6 points for Rasmussen to lead the way. Danny Smith with 4, Casey Smith with 4, and Jorianne Balls with 4. Casey Anderson with 5 points and 3 rebounds, and 2 points for Sadie Groning alongside Kat McCullough, who's got 2 points as well. Cardinals with that 18-point edge. You got to think this is a team that 30 points and getting that running clock started has to be one of the goals for them in this season, in this game, especially when you look at it. They have one weapon that's really scored. That has been Kiera Hernandez. Alexis Hernandez with the only other points of the game for the Nissa Bulldogs with 3.
You know, it wasn't that long ago that, if you remember, they put Kirsten Rasmussen on the bench at the start of a ball game. She came in off the bench, but we always wondered why she wasn't one of the starters where she had been for the last couple of years. But now that you look at that, maybe that was a good strategy on the coach's part. Maybe he thought that she could deliver just a little bit more than what she was doing, and by sitting her on the bench, making her work a little bit harder, she's finally developed that, and now she's back in the starting lineup, and she's producing like she should.
That little wake-up call is always something that coaches have in their back pockets, and always it's something that when you look at it as a fan, when you look at it as a parent, when you look at it as even a student that is watching the games, you might not agree with it. You even look at the student on the bench, you might not agree with it. But it is something that can be used as a wake-up call, much like it's the same reason I don't like teams that run through a season without any losses. It is something that can it's a loss is a good thing to earn on the season.
I agree, and it's always easy to second-guess a coach. You know, especially if you've got a daughter out there playing and she's not getting the playing time that you think she should have. Of course, the parent's going to be upset and think she should play more. The coach works with these kids all the time, not just when they're on the floor during a basketball game, but he has them in practice every day. He knows what they can do, and the good thing about it, from the coach's standpoint, if they're not delivering the way they should, then he'll make them work a little harder in practice, and when they get to that point that they deliver, then he'll put them back into the game.
And that's exactly what's happened with Kirsten Rasmussen as we continue to make our way towards the final half of play and the final half of our broadcasting tonight. We appreciate the fact that you stuck with us this long. We'll be back on the air tomorrow. We do know when our first game will be. It'll be at 9:30 in the morning. Kirby, I know you were really looking forward to that early wake-up call.
Well, yeah, I wanted to get here before all the traffic got on on the freeway.
And I know that we will be on air at about 9:10-ish for the pregame show for that game, and we will be carrying the girls' game. And right now it looks like the Soda Springs Lady Cardinals will be playing at 2 o'clock in their final, or in their game tomorrow against Caldwell, who was able to beat Marsing earlier in a 30-point romp of their own.
I'm looking forward to that ball game. I think that's going to be an exciting game to watch. Caldwell has always had an excellent program, and we're going to have to come and play a little bit better than we are today. The Cardinals, for some reason, always play at the level of their competition. When we play a good game, I'm hoping that that'll bring out the best in them, and they'll play a good, solid ball game.
And as far as the Soda Springs Cardinals are concerned, Wade Schwanevelt was here this morning scouting out the Caldwell basketball team a little bit as they were in that contest. So he is just as aware of the test that is going to come. Right now, though, they still have work to do to get to that point. You don't want to start counting your chickens before they hatch, as Nissa will inbound the basketball to start out the second quarter, 27-9. Nissa trails the Lady Cardinals on the Caribou Memorial Hospital scoreboard. 7 minutes and 51 seconds to go. Bulldogs rotate the ball to the right side, and up with a shot is Lancaster. No good, and the rebound poked out to Sadie Groning. She'll run with it, goes across the lane to McCullough, who saves it from going out of bounds as Groning had to loft the ball high to get it through the lane, and the Cardinals will reset their offense around the outside. It'll be up top. McCullough takes the ball top of the key, finds Groning right side wing before feeding it underneath to Anderson. She throws it away as she tried to get it to Rasmussen, and the Cardinals pick up their 10th turnover already here with 7:21 to go in the third quarter. On the near side, Sailor Hartley with the basketball in the wing, throws it away, and the Bulldogs return the favor, giving a turnover to the Soda Springs Cardinals. Casey Smith, coast to coast, lays one up and in, wildly throws a layup at the hoop, no good. Rebounded by Rasmussen, who finds Groning for two. Kirsten with the offensive board, and a timeout's going to be taken on the play, and I believe this was by Coach Schwanevelt. And again, not happy with something that his team did, but they do lead the game by 20 points, 29-9.
That's always nice to have a good 20-point cushion here going into the third quarter, but the thing he doesn't want them to do, they're not going to lose the ball game, I don't think, but what he doesn't want them to do is start getting a little bit comfy and relaxing too much and not playing the defense that they should and getting that ball moved around on offense. He wants them to play good, solid ball, regardless of who the opponent is and the score.
And I think that's playing for district play, because in district play you're going to face some teams that have weapons. Aberdeen is a good example of that have weapons and won't completely collapse on you, and even if you get that big lead, will still be threats. So they need to play like that here. 6 minutes 57 to go, 29-9. The Cardinals up by 20, and another turnover will give them a chance to build on that as Anderson gets it up ahead to McCullough, who lays up the bunny underneath the hoop. Cats got 4 points, and the Cardinals still spreading the ball around beautifully as no player scored more than 6, but they have a 31-9 lead. Rasmussen, after another steal, puts up a jumper. That's no good. Off to the right side of the lane as Sailor Hartley pulls down another rebound. She almost throws it away, and it will be thrown away. Last touched by Brittany Arredondo, and right now Nissa has no answer for what the Soda Springs Cardinals are trying to do on defense.
They just, I don't think, are used to playing a team that puts that much pressure on defense. They usually play a team that goes down, sets up on offense and defense into their own basket, and then they play it from there.
Well, and going back to what the WEISER coach was saying, is the Cardinals inbound the basketball and move it around the outside of the circle with 6:22 to go. In Oregon, a lot more teams play with zones and don't necessarily put that man defense pressure outside on you, as the Cardinals will watch as Kiera Hernandez picks up a foul guarding Kirsten Rasmussen, and they are really battling at it down there. Kiera, though, picking up her third foul, but when you go against, the beautiful thing about these cross-tournament plays is you get a chance to see offenses and defenses you don't normally see across state lines. Rasmussen down low, takes a pass, loses it, gets it back over to the far side, finds McCullough. She stutters a bit before getting the ball to Rasmussen, finding Casey Smith wide open for three, no good, but the rebound outside is going to be picked up by Casey, and she'll reset the offense. Groning takes it left side, inside pass picked off on the play by Mitchell, and Maddie comes up with a steal as the Cardinals turn it over for the 11th time. 22-point lead, 31-9. The Cardinals in the third quarter of play with 5:44 to go on the Caribou Memorial Hospital scoreboard. With the basketball, Mitchell lofts a pass through the paint, laying it up, and being fouled on the way is Sailor Hartley, so she's going to step to the free throw line for the first foul opportunities in a quarter and a half.
That was a great move to the basket. They had an easy layup. I think she saw the other person, the defender, coming over, and she threw it just a little bit hard.
First shot for Hartley is good. She hasn't scored much. That's actually her first basket of the game, but she has been doing a lot of things right out there on the court for this Nissa squad. One more free throw coming up. And the right-handed shooter puts it through as well. 2 points, 2 rebounds for Saylor Hartley with 5 minutes and 38 seconds to go. Casey Smith looks ahead, gives it up forward to Groning. She tries to skip it, instead pulls it down and finds Casey Anderson, who brings it forward. Far side wing, Kirsten Rasmussen takes the basketball, gives it off to McCullough, back to Rasmussen. Swings the ball into the hands of Smith, who tries to go through traffic to Anderson. Another timeout called by Wade Schwanevelt, and the coach wants a full one. We'll take a full one with them back after this on KBRV The Bear and MyLocalRadio.com.
Hi, I'm Todd Hunziker. Most dealers focus on the experience you have just a few moments that you're in their store. At Hunziker Ford, we want to keep you happy forever, and to prove it, we offer warranty forever at no cost to you. So here's the deal. All you have to do is follow the maintenance schedule on virtually anything you buy from us, and the expensive powertrain components are covered forever. That's Todd Hunziker Ford, just east of Lava Hot Springs on Highway 30. It's just that simple.
Welcome back out to the home of the Parma Holiday Invitational. The Soda Springs Lady Cardinals up by 20, 31-11, but twice now Wade Schwaneveld has called timeouts to talk to his team, and you and I agree on the reason why.
Well, we do. They're just not playing the way that they are supposed to be playing. They're a better team than what they've shown. The Cardinals always play at the level of their competition, and where Parma, or not Parma, but Nissa's not doing that well right now, the Cardinals are kind of letting up a little bit too, and they're not playing that well right now. So he just called the timeout and set them straight and say, hey, we can do better than that, and I expect you to do better.
Cardinals will have the basketball out of the break. 31-11 the score. They lead with 5:16 to go in the third quarter of play, and they will turn the ball over again. No, Kat McCullough just avoids turning it over, but then Saylor Hartley does strip it away from her. That girl has a lot of heart, pardon the pun, as she is going to have it poked away from behind as she tries to run the court. She doing exactly what Sadie Groning was doing earlier in the first half, just never giving up on a loose ball.
Well, and she had to cover a couple of hurdles on the way down there that time.
Ball to be inbounded by the Bulldogs. They will, and fouled on the baseline is Samantha Moore. She's going to be stepping to the free throw line for a pair. Nissa, out of all the things they've done well, they are 4 of 6 from the free throw line, so they have not had a ton of opportunities, but they have taken advantage of the ones they have, as Groning picks up her third foul. And the first free throw up and good by Samantha Moore. So she's got a point onto the board, 31-12. The lead cut down to 19 points. And one more coming up as Moore, the right-handed shooter, puts it up and rolls around before falling out. It's rebounded by Casey Anderson to give over to Groning. Sadie will bring it up the center of the court, straight across the logo. Far side, Kat McCullough again not paying attention. Sees it go through her hands, and another turnover for the Cardinals gives them 13 now. And again, this is a lot like what happened to the boys in the fourth quarter of their game against WEISER just an hour ago.
That's true, and that's what Wade Swanevelt's trying to avoid. He wants them to play the type of ball they're capable of playing.
And he pulls Kat McCullough aside just to tell her that, as the Cardinals will sub in Leilani Finlayson as well as Jordan Neff, and they will immediately result in a turnover that's forced by Leilani, but in a scrum underneath the hoop, the Cardinals tried to push it too fast, and they turn it over. But the defense hounding forces the ball out of bounds, and Nissa will have to inbound it on the far side. 4:36 to go, 31-12, a 19-point edge for the Cardinals on the Caribou Memorial Hospital scoreboard. Third quarter of play here in the first round of the Parma Holiday Invitational. Bounce pass on the near side will find Charlena Lancaster. She picks up her dribble, skips it back over to Saylor Hartley on the right side wing. Bounce pass into the corner, shot up. Arredondo knocks home a deuce. Brittany Arredondo continues the run as the lead trimmed down to 17. Cardinals will inbound against full court pressure. Leilani gives it back to Taylor Myers, gives it back to Leilani up the court. They find Jorianne Balls under the hoop, gives herself position, using her derriere to find a way to box out and keeps the defense behind her while she lays one up and in. Good post presence there coming from the freshman. 3 minutes and 51 seconds to go. Saylor Hartley hands the ball off. It'll be taken outside the wing and getting back as Arredondo gives it back to Saylor, top of the key. Back to Arredondo, left side wing, 3-ball in and rattled home. Brittany Arredondo heating up, and she cuts it down to a 16-point game, 33-17. Cardinals definitely are going to have to find a way to keep the intensity up right now as they want momentum going into tomorrow's game as well against Caldwell. They'll pass the ball to Myers. Poor pass, but she's able to get the ball back. Finds Leilani Finlayson, far side from 19 feet, no good. Rebounded by Mitchell, and she gets it up ahead, and it'll be brought forward across the timeline by Lancaster. Back to Arredondo. She gives it to Lancaster, left side for the Nissa Bulldogs, and thrown away as Jorianne Balls steals that one back into the hands of the girls in black and red. Leilani Finlayson tracks down a pass up ahead. She's going to try and give it to Jordan Neff, who lays one up too strong, and on the backside, the rebound picked up by Danny Smith as the Lady Cardinals keep possession once again. 2:51 to go, still that 16-point game, 33-17. Right side, Leilani looks inside, goes down low to Myers on the right block before finding Jorianne Balls at the elbow. Her shot just a tad long off of the back rim, and the rebound saved back off of Taylor Myers by Charlena Lancaster. And just fantastic hustle there by the Nissa Bulldogs. And I think that's the difference right now is the hustle.
I think so. Lancaster did a great job that time throwing the ball back in off of a Cardinal player.
2 minutes and 38 seconds to go as the clock winds. Nissa with the basketball, down by 16, but in the midst of an 8-2 run. Ball underneath, thrown across the hoop and over the hoop. Cardinals will not get the rebound as it's picked up on the play by Jordan Martinez to the right side. Ball's going to be handed off. It'll be Alexis Hernandez to try and bring the ball up, but she's going to be stripped of it. Myers with the ball goes up the court. Pro hop, puts up a shot, can't get it to go though. The rebound picked up by Moore. She's stripped of the ball. 2 straight turnovers for Nissa result in a 3-point drop shot by Danny Smith, as she gives the Cardinals a lead back up to 19, 36-17. A minute and 57 to go here. Crossing the timeline this time is Maddie Hartley to the right side wing. She's bumped and fouled by Jordan Neff. Third team foul on the Soda Springs Cardinals. Only their seventh foul as a team overall in this game. As Nissa's not much worse than them. 4 of 4 fouls in this game so far. Ball to the near side for the Bulldogs. Lancaster hands this one off. It'll be into the hands of Hernandez. Alexis gives this one back to Lancaster. Back up to Alexis. Swings it to Maddie Hartley on the right side wing. Dribbles it back out near the half-court stripe. Minute and 35 seconds to go. Screen set for Hartley. She cuts into the defense. Loses the ball. Goes between a pair of Cardinals' legs. No one can hit the bucket, though, on the backside as Samantha Moore misses. But Maddie Hartley, following the shot, lays one up and in with the offensive board. Minute and 21 to go. Cardinals bring the ball back up forward, and a poor pass by Casey Anderson turns it over again. 15 in the game now for Soda Springs. Minute and 13 seconds to go. On the near side, Charlena Lancaster with the basketball to the left of the top of the key. Double teamed, passes it out of it, goes to the right side, back to Hernandez, back to Lancaster. They'll play catch once again with a minute to go as the Bulldogs will rotate from right to left to the near side. Lancaster open for 2, foot on the line, short off the front of the rim. Rebounded and tied up as Myers alongside Samantha Moore tie up, and Myers will get it on the benefit of the jump ball call. 52.1 seconds to go, 36-19, still your score. And the Cardinals to watch as a sub comes in. Samantha Moore takes a seat. Kiera Hernandez back onto the court. Myers inbounds, far side, picked up and brought across the timeline by Casey Anderson. She pulls up her dribble, gives it off to Danny Smith on the near side. 44 seconds to go in the quarter. And at that time left, Jorianne Balls, we had another layup. She got 8 points and is now the leading scorer on the Cardinals team with 36 seconds to go. They're doubling up Nissa, 38-19 to the near side. It'll be Lancaster, tries to go behind the back, loses the ball, stripped of it there by Danny Smith, who's playing a aggressive style of defense, forces the pass to Mitchell, Martinez, who drives into the lane. She's going to be fouled on the way to the hoop, and she'll be stepping to the free throw line as well. Again, Myers with the foul, and Martinez will step to the line for a pair of free throws. Nissa has done a very good job of converting on their free throws. They continue to do so. 4 of 5 in this half of basketball with 23.3 seconds to go and one more coming up. Martinez, second one, good. Awkward shooting motion, but makes it work for her. And the lead cut back down to 17, 21-38. It'll be Taylor Myers with the basketball on the far side wing. Gives it off to Danny Smith. Looks inside the paint, now drives baseline. Gives back out to Rasmussen, who holds it on the wing. She gives off to Balls. Underneath pass to a wide-open Smith. Blows the layup right there, though. Anderson with the follow-up putback. Casey Anderson's got her 7th point of the game. 5 rebounds to go with it. Ball up ahead. Cardinals will steal it as a heave at the buzzer. Will be rebounded on the play by Jorianne Balls. And Soda Springs with a 40-21 lead as we head to the final quarter of play on KBRV The Bear and MyLocalRadio.com.
Caribou County Athletics are being brought to you by Bear River Head Start, where they are now accepting applications for preschool. Call 435-755-0181 and enroll your 3- or 4-year-old children today.
There's an organization in southeast Idaho whose wildlife conservation efforts have been commended by the Rocky Mountain Elk Foundation, the Idaho Fish and Wildlife Foundation, and the North American Moose Foundation. Who is this organization? It's Monsanto. While Monsanto is honored by the recognition they receive, their ongoing dedication to the environment is its own reward for all of us. Monsanto. Imagine.
Let technology make life a little easier and give you peace of mind about your home. With affordable security and smart home options, SilverStar makes it easy to take the first step. Keep an eye on what's important to you and be able to act before an incident becomes an emergency. You're in good hands when you choose SilverStar. We've been bringing cutting-edge technology and star treatment customer service to Eastern Idaho and Western Wyoming for nearly 70 years. Call us today and ask about our starter security and smart home packages.
Welcome back out to the Parma Holiday Invitational. Soda Springs, the Lady Cardinals up by 19 over the Nissa Bulldogs, 40-21 with 7:50 to go. Kayla Bergraff alongside Kirby Martineau, who is doing a wonderful job running the camera for us, at least I believe so. As the ball will be inbounded to Maddie Hartley. Walks it over to her right and hands off to Alexis Hernandez. She picks up her dribble in between the rings. Skip pass to the far side corner, picked up by Martinez. Back to Hernandez, open for 3. Oh, looked beautiful, but it ends up airballing everything out of bounds to the left side. That was the prettiest looking miss I've seen in a long time. 7 minutes and 35 seconds to go. Casey Anderson brings the ball forward to the right side wing, passes it off of Kiera Hernandez, picked up on the far side, and a blocking foul is going to be picked up by Taylor Myers on the far side. Wrong place, wrong time, as the ball bounced into the hands of an eager Sabrina Hernandez, who just took it up the court.
Well, I like the aggressiveness, though, of the defense. Even though they're up by 19 points, they're still playing like the game is hanging on the line.
Definitely is a bright spot to see if you're a coach, as the Bulldogs of Nissa bring the ball forward. 7:22 to go in the fourth quarter. Still just that 19-point lead. Bounce pass to the right side. Hernandez swings it into the hands of Alexis Hernandez, who will pull the ball back down before floating it to Martinez. Jordan takes one dribble, picks it up, floats it to the near side where Hernandez hesitates, drives into the lane. Instead of going up with a shot, kicks it over to the far side. Martinez is going to be called for the offensive foul as she stepped into Taylor Myers. And Jordan Martinez picks up her first foul, and it's a turnover. 25 of them in the game for the Nissa Bulldogs. Back into the game, Casey Smith. Taylor Myers takes a seat on the bench with 7:02 to go here in quarter number 4 and in the ball game. Casey Smith dribbles through the defensive traffic that's putting up a full court press for the Bulldogs. And the Cardinals will watch as the Bulldogs set up their defense. Inside, though, Rasmussen doesn't allow the defense to settle for a moment as she goes straight to the hoop on the left side. And the Cardinals again doubling up the Bulldogs, 42-21. On the near side with the basketball is Alexis Hernandez. Bounces it up top, and a timeout's going to be taken by the coach of the Nissa Bulldogs. We'll take a timeout with them. Back after this with more on KBRV The Bear and live video streaming online at MyLocalRadio.com.
If you're looking for live local sports, local news, weather, live classifieds, and free photo downloads, search no more. MyLocalRadio.com has what you want. Watch your teams live or browse the tens of thousands of photographs of Wyoming, Utah, and Idaho high school events, from speech and drama competitions, rodeo, an array of different athletics, activities, community events, and so much more. Visit MyLocalRadio.com today and find what you're looking for.
Welcome back out to the home of the Parma Holiday Invitational. Nissa with the basketball as the Nissa Bulldogs will be inbounding from the near side. And to put the ball into play is going to be Kelsey Tucker. Gets it up top. Alexis Hernandez catches the screen. Now throws the ball away. Gets it back, though. Dribbles into the lane. Had a backdoor cutting Tucker, but did not find her, and instead goes up top. Hernandez bounces it off to Hernandez. Sabrina getting it to Alexis, and the ball is going to be stolen by Smith on the far side. Gets it into Casey Anderson's hand. She throws it up ahead. Jorianne Balls in motion. Could not pick it up, and Casey Anderson walking back. Good look, but just not executed well. And the two sides will trade turnovers. 6:13 left to go, 42-21, and again, it's Nissa to bring the ball forward as Alexis hands off to Sabrina. To the right side, once again, Sabrina gives off to Alexis. She brings it all the way around the top of the key with a screen, floats a pass to the near side where Maddie Hartley almost loses it out of bounds before getting it back. Gets between the rings. She goes all the way around the top of the horn and throws it away, getting it into the corner, trying to find an open Kelsey Tucker, but it's thrown away, and Nissa now at 27 turnovers. Cardinals again will inbound the basketball. Lofted up ahead. Jorianne Balls goes underneath to a cutting Casey Smith. Oh. What a run. That was a fantastic bit of fast break scoring for the Soda Springs Cardinals. And the teamwork, you've mentioned it several times, playing together for that long, the chemistry is definitely there. To the near side, the Bulldogs trying to answer back, down by 23, 44-21. Rasmussen will steal the ball away once again, and Soda Springs will bring it forward. Cardinals defense again just hounding, and Nissa can't have time to think. Jorianne on the inside misses the layup. Rasmussen on a second chance opportunity rushes the shot a bit, but she's fouled, and she's going to step to the line for a free throw. That's something that is so tough to teach a girl, though, is to get the basketball. Not a girl, but just a basketball player in general. Get the basketball. Take your time with the second chance shot. Go up with it, but don't rush it.
I agree with you. That is really tough to teach them to work on that second shot.
First free throw good for Rasmussen, so she does make it count. 9 points in her for the game, second leading scorer on the team for the Cardinals. And she'll have one more coming up. And that makes her the leading scorer on the team for the Cardinals. And she will follow that through with another bucket as well. 10 points, 2 rebounds for the Cardinals post, and it's a 46-21 lead for Soda Springs with 5 minutes and 12 seconds to go. To the right side, Maddie Hartley gives the ball off. It'll be taken and spun around on the right side by Haley Vila. Vila goes to the near side wing, passed into the post, kicked back out to Vila, who rises for three and airballs that one. It's rebounded underneath by Casey Smith. Casey really being aggressive down low on the boards. She's aggressive, pushing the pace up ahead as well. Gets it to Anderson, and now the Cardinals will back it out, and they'll run the offense with mostly starters out there on the court. The only difference being Danny Smith as well as Jorianne Balls, and that backdoor cut. A beautiful play. We've seen it so many times, and Danny Smith runs it to perfection on the backside, gets the easy pass in the bucket as the Cardinals lead by 27 now, 48-21. Ball handed off on the right side. It'll be picked up by Vera. Brings it over to the left side wing, hands off to Maddie Hartley, and she backs it up near the top of the circle. 4:20 to go here, fourth quarter of play, 27-point edge for the Cardinals, and a travel on Nissa will turn it over once again as getting caught stepping too far on the backside with Sabrina Hernandez.
The Cardinals right now are playing more the style of ball that they are normally playing, and I think that's what the coach really wanted. People wonder why they're still playing their starters out there, and that's why, because they haven't really shown they can play, and they're more concerned about the game tomorrow.
Shot by Anderson missed, picked up on the rebound by Sabrina Hernandez, bounces it to the right side corner. Maddie Hartley steps around a defender, throws it into the hands of Rasmussen, who steals it away easily, and it'll be launched forward to Anderson off of her fingertips, saved back into play, and Jorianne Ball's able to recover. Finds Rasmussen, who turns around, puts up a fading jumper. Again, that needing to take more time comes into play there, and a Bear Lake Drug jump ball will have the Cardinals still with possession of the ball. But again, you have to settle yourself before you put that shot up. 3:41, 5 new players onto the court for the Cardinals, drawing a smattering of applause from the fans left in the stands here for Soda Springs, as this game well in hand. And it'll be McCullough, Myers, Jordan Neff, Sadie Groning, and Leilani Finlayson onto the court for Soda Springs. Ball lofted deep. Leilani takes it to the right side of the lane, pulls it back out, though, and gives off to Sadie. 3 minutes and 37 seconds to go. Cardinals 3 points away from a 30-point lead. Groning skips past to the near side. Finlayson finds McCullough. Gives it back up top to Finlayson, who feeds it to Myers at the free throw line. Steps around. Teardrop floater off the back of the rim. Jordan Neff, though, tips the rebound back into the hands of McCullough. Back to the baseline. She goes. Pass to the far side, and Groning can't stay off of the line. And it's a turnover back into the hands of the Nissa Bulldogs. But the hustle there, really good from the young athletes. 3 minutes and 14 seconds to go. 27-point edge for Soda Springs on the Caribou Memorial Hospital scoreboard. On the near side, a 2-ball with their feet on the line, put up and missed by Haley Long. Rebounded on the back side by Kelsey Tucker and put up on a shot by the aforementioned Haley Long as she gets onto the board and stops the Cardinals' run. It's 23-48 now to a 25-point edge. Jordan Neff with the basketball as she is going to lose the ball on the far side. And it'll be picked back up by the Cardinals as it was last poked out of bounds by Sabrina Hernandez. I'm telling you, the Cardinals have too many sisters out there. I keep getting all of them confused with each other, even the ones that aren't here anymore. Although I did get to see Callie Groning still doing well up at Blue Mountain Community College. She came in and was visiting last week and had some time to watch her sister playing, and she's doing well up at Big Bend Community College. 48-23 here, 2 minutes and 32 seconds to go. Inside pass is going to be batted away and a foul called as Samantha Moore will be stepping to the free throw line once again. And Sadie Groning again picks up a foul. That's her fourth. And I'll tell you this, the aggressiveness of Sadie matches her sister's aggressiveness as well.
They both play the same style of a play. You know, every time you see Sadie, you think that's Callie. They look almost identical to me.
It was funny, we were talking with Matt Groning as the first free throw misses before the season, and I was commenting on how close they look together. And he's like, you know what? A year ago, you would not have said that same thing.
Oh, I agree with that. I remember last year looking at Sadie, and she didn't even look like she should be in high school. But this year, just over the summer, she has just changed so much.
Second free throw misses. Sadie comes away with the rebound as it bounces to her. Taylor Myers comes up with the basketball as she passes it back out of a double team. Myers to her right, loses her dribble, but it's going to be kept in front of her, picks it up, and the Nissa Bulldogs is really applying some pressure near half court as Leilani Finlayson feeds it to Groning, right side corner. Looks inside, now dribbles around to the wing, has plenty of open space, but finds McCullough instead. Cardinals at this point in time just running plays. You can see him running them through them, trying to get some live action use of those plays as Myers drives into the paint, loses the ball, popped up high into the air and behind the backboard. And it'll be still Cardinals basketball, though, as it was last touched by the Nissa Bulldogs. 1 minute and 54 seconds to go. Far side Groning. That 3-ball short off the front of the rim, but rebounded on the play by Leilani Finlayson to the near side. Leilani gives it to McCullough. Back up top. Myers will hold the ball for a moment with 1 minute and 41 seconds to go. Still that 25-point lead. 48-23 for the Soda Springs Cardinals. Minute and 36 left to go as the clock continues to wind. Jordan Neff up top to Groning. Open for 3, short off the front of the rim. Rebound tipped around but into the hands of Samantha Moore, and she will hand it off to Hernandez. That's Sabrina to bring it forward. Minute and 20 left to go. Nissa looking for some points, and Hernandez tries to deliver, but lays one up too strong off the back of the rim. This time McCullough comes away with the basketball for the rebound and gives it up ahead to Leilani. Through the paint, fires one into the hands that's picked off by Alexis Hernandez. Another turnover for the Cardinals becomes their 20th of the game. That's a very high number for this team. I think their highest of the season, and it'll be Groning to try and pick up a rebound on the inside. No, that's a steal, and the Cardinals will come away with the basketball once again. 48-23 with under a minute left to play. Leilani into the paint, dribbles through traffic all the way into the hoop, and is bumped and fouled. And that will be the 4th team foul on the Nissa Bulldogs. 6 team fouls on the Cardinals, and the foul picked up on the play by Samantha Moore. Myers will do the inbounding. Cardinals will sub in Jorianne Balls as Sadie Groning takes a seat. Jordan Neff also taking a seat. As into the game, Danny Smith will get back out there. 45.9 seconds to go. McCullough, skip pass, far side, out of the reach of Leilani, but she tracks it down before it goes out of bounds and is able to get it up top to McCullough. Kat brings it to her left, now uses her dribble to find Myers on the left side wing. Inside, Jorianne Balls sees the ball batted away from her, and it will be onto the baseline for the Cardinals to inbound. No, far side corner. Cardinals will be inbounding the basketball. 32.1 seconds to go. Ball inbounded to Myers. Back to Jorian underneath. Lays one up and gets it to go. Jorian up to 10 points in the game now. And it is a 50-23 lead. Nissa to bring it forward with 20 seconds left. Sabrina Hernandez moves it off to Alexis. Back to Sabrina on the left side. Tries to step into the lane. No, throws one down to Moore, whose shot is off of the back of the rim. No good. Danny Smith with another rebound, and the Cardinals will hold the basketball for the final 5 seconds. And this one is going to go into the books for the Soda Springs Cardinals as win number 10 on the season. And they will match up with the Caldwell Cougars tomorrow afternoon at 2 o'clock right here on KBRV, the Bear, and MyLocalRadio.com. We'll take a break, wrap up the stats of this one, wrap up the stats of the boys' game since we didn't get a good chance to, and we'll give you a look at what's coming up tomorrow on this wonderful, wonderful day in December as we head towards the new year. The Cardinals trying to continue their start to the right foot. We'll be back after this on KBRV, the Bear, and MyLocalRadio.com.
This broadcast of high school sports is being made possible by the Mound Valley Cattle Company in Thatcher, Idaho, serving Utah, Idaho, and Wyoming.
When the time comes, you'll want true compassion balanced with clinical care for your mom or dad, grandma, or grandpa. Edgewood Assisted Living Center in Soda Springs provides a warm, caring, and secure environment for individuals who need medication assistance, healthy meals, and assistance with daily activities. You can help by introducing them to our Assisted Living Center. Come on in for a tour and consultation. Find out about our monthly move-in specials and respite visits. Furnished suites are available. Call 208-547-0257. The Edgewood Assisted Living Center in Soda Springs, Idaho, a place to call home.
It's time for us to take a look at your Lalaton's food specials for the weeks of December 15th through the 28th. And if you're doing any holiday baking, Lalaton's is the place to go. Grab Western Family 4-pound bags of granulated sugar for $1.49. Western Family 10-pound bags of all-purpose bleached or unbleached flour is $2.99. Baking chips are 2 bags for $4. Western Family 2-pound bags of brown or powdered sugar are just 99 cents. And Western Family sweet cream, salted or unsalted butter is 2 boxes for $5. That's a look at just some of your Lalaton's food specials in Soda Springs.
Whether it's warm outside and you need an air conditioning system, or cold outside and you need a new natural gas furnace, Reed's Plumbing and Heating has what you need to keep your family comfortable, and there's never been a better time to convert to natural gas. With great service and expertise, Reed's is your all-weather friend in southeastern Idaho. Call us today, 208-547-4466, and we'll get right to work making your home comfortable and cozy. That's Reed's Plumbing and Heating at 208-547-4466. Natural gas, it's worth asking for.
Get it to go at Patterson Quick Stop in Soda Springs and Patterson Easy Way in Grace, Idaho. From pizza to potato wedges, from burritos to the jalapeno flavored corn dogs, from candy, clothing, car accessories, and fountain drinks, convenience is fun. And Patterson Quick Stop and Patterson Easy Way help to fill your needs conveniently. They have something for everyone: food, fuel, and fun at Patterson Quick Stop in Soda Springs and Patterson Easy Way in Grace. Right here, right now.
The Lady Cardinals of Soda Springs coming away with a big win over the Nissa Lady Bulldogs, 50-23, 27-point advantage. You and I were both talking, though, not necessarily the type of win that you want, as they really could have looked a lot better.
You know, there's a lot more to basketball than winning one game. What the coaches are looking at is making sure that they leave this game prepared to take on the game tomorrow night, and that's what he was hoping to do there in that final quarter.
And the Cardinals really did that a little bit as the defense locked down, held Nissa to only 2 points in that final quarter, scored double figures in every quarter so far, and they out-rebounded Nissa by my tally 27-17. When with all the balls that went out of bounds on the rebounds, that's a good number to have. Team rebounding, if you add those totals in, probably the Cardinals ended up with a good 15 rebound edge in the rebounding game, as just that guesstimate as far as that goes. As far as scoring, you've come to expect this all season long. even scoring. I don't even know why I say it anymore at this point in time. You just expect it. One player for the Cardinals that is in their main starting 9 did not score. That was Taylor Myers. She had 5 rebounds in the game, though. We talked about the presence she had on the court. Kirsten Rasmussen and Jorianne Balls both with 10 points as they led the way there. Casey Anderson with 7 points and 5 rebounds. Danny Smith exploded with 9 points as she scored in every quarter of this game as well. Just 1 basket, but continued to make her way through. 2 rebounds as well. Casey Smith with 6 points and 4 rebounds. Kat McCullough with 4 points and 3 rebounds. And Sadie Groning matching her with both of those categories. 1 rebound for Jordan Neff, 1 rebound for Leilani Finlayson. 27 total rebounds, 50 points, and 5 of 6 free throw shooting for the Cardinals. That's what they needed to do more, in my opinion. The big thing, get to the free throw line at a more consistent rate.
What's really interesting, too, is the fact that the leading scorers for the Cardinals, you had 1 senior and 1 freshman. You know, that just shows the balance that the Cardinals have, and that's why it's difficult for opposing teams to play them that tough, because there isn't one player in the game at any time that you can kind of back off of. Any one of those kids are capable of scoring and scoring big, so you have to guard them all. You can't leave anybody unguarded.
As far as the Nissa Bulldogs are concerned, they were led in scoring by Kiera Hernandez, who really did not play a whole lot in the second half. 6 points and 2 rebounds. 5 points for Brittany Arredondo as she had made her presence known in the third quarter. Part of that little run that got the game a little bit tighter, but it would all be for naught. 23 total points, 17 rebounds. The good thing for Nissa, though, 7 of 10 from the free throw line. That means that you're making the shots that you are given, and that is always something as a coach you can build on going forward.
Well, it is, and when you have a team that shoots free throws that well, you want to make sure that you don't give them that many opportunities. You don't want to lose the ball game on the foul line. So they played it very well tonight. I was really quite impressed with a team that they weren't planning on being here until earlier this morning, and then they kind of got thrown into it. So it's not like the coach can say, hey, we're playing Soda Springs tomorrow. We need to work on offense and defense. They were just kind of thrown into the fight after it already started.
And that's always tough for a team to do. And I think it's tougher for that team than it is for Soda, who was expecting to play tonight and to come into it and say, oh, we just changed opponents, not we just changed completely from an off day to game.
Well, and the thing I wonder about, too, what type of practicing have Nissa been doing over the Christmas holidays? They might have taken a rest for the last 3 or 4 days. We don't know, but then all of a sudden to get a call in the morning and say, hey, we got a game at 11 o'clock or 12 o'clock, whatever it was, it changes everything for them. So I thought they came out and played a pretty good ball game considering all those factors.
This was a good ball game for both teams. On the other side, we go back to what took place between the WEISER Wolverines and the Soda Springs Cardinals. Soda Springs seemed to be cruising in that game. They had an 8-point lead going into, a 7-point lead going into the final quarter of play, but get outscored 23-10 by the WEISER Wolverines, falling 58-52. Soda Springs turned it over 24 times to the 22 times of the WEISER Wolverines. Really a game that I feel that they let get away from them. Alberto Sanchez, 25 points and 3 rebounds. Bridger Bumgarner with 15 points and 12 rebounds for the double-double. 7 points for Isaac Torello. 4 points and 3 rebounds for Braden Bumgarner. 2 points, 1 board for Avalos Rios. 3 points and 3 boards for Dylan Earlbach. And 2 points and 2 rebounds for Paul Crawford. 27 total boards for the WEISER Wolverines. And then you look over to the side of the Soda Springs Cardinals, and it stinks when you have to say something like this of, if you just looked at the numbers, Soda Springs really looks like they almost outplayed WEISER all the way through that game. 31 rebounds. They out-rebounded WEISER in the game. And for all but the final quarter, they've held them to less turnovers, they had less turnovers than WEISER in the game. They spread out the ball better, as they only had 1 player who played consistently in the game not score, that being Dakota Bybee, who still got 3 rebounds. But it just didn't work out for the Cardinal boys.
That's the games that's really disappointing, not just from the coach's standpoint, but from the players as well. They thought they had the game won, and that's something that high school ball players need to understand. The game isn't over until that final buzzer sounds, and I think going into that fourth quarter, they had the momentum going, they had everything going for them, they had a good lead, and I think that they thought that they could just kind of coast into an early victory, and it didn't work out that way.
for the Soda Springs Cardinals. They were led in the game by Henry Workman. I think we've all been waiting for this game from Henry Workman. He played fantastic. Not to say he hasn't had good games in the past, but this is really his best game of the season so far. 15 points and 4 rebounds. Ridge Thompson, another consistent game, 10 points and 4 rebounds. Trey Smith, 10 points and 5 rebounds, although he disappeared in the fourth quarter and was not heard from there. That's something that really hurts when you have one of those. Again, we talked about that youthful core not necessarily having a good quarter in that fourth quarter and being a major piece.
When you put that many seniors on the floor at any one time, you expect them to play with a minimum amount of turnovers. I mean, they've been together long enough that they know where the other players on the floor are going to be, and they shouldn't have had that many, and I think they're quite disappointed that they did turn the ball over as many times as they did, especially at critical times.
Other scores for the Cardinals: Kyle Olson, 4 points and 5 rebounds, 2 points and 6 rebounds for Will Sims, and Riley Simmons with 6 points and 3 rebounds. Will Sims, I want to give a shout out to him defensive-wise, other than one where he got bait out of his shoes on the lower left block on the defensive end. A fantastic defensive game for that senior, and that is what he does for this team. I don't think he gets enough recognition for what he does as far as that defense he plays, because he doesn't necessarily show on the offensive side. Well, that'll wrap things up for us here. I want to thank everybody for tuning into this coverage of Caribou County Athletics here on the road at the Parma Invitational. The Soda Springs boys fall 58-52. The girls win 50-23. We'll be back on the air tomorrow at about 9:10 in the morning as the Soda Springs boys take on the, I believe it will be the, Ambrose team that lost to Caldwell 62-37. We'll be back on the air then. Hope to see you then on KBRV The Bear and MyLocalRadio.com. Thank you again, Kirby, for joining us up here.
Thank you for tuning in to this edition of Girls Basketball on KBRV, The Bear, and online at MyLocalRadio.com. Local sports have been brought to you by Hunziker Ford, Monsanto, and Silver Star Communications. The proceeding has been a sports production and sports broadcast of Old West Media Incorporated and Cook Brothers Broadcasting. No portion of this production can be used or rebroadcast without express written consent of Old West Media Incorporated. Tonight's executive producer is Val Cook. We'd also like to thank our sales team of Julie Burley and Kim Miller, as well as our office manager, Kayleen Anderson, website manager, Garrett Wharf, and chief photographer, Warren Cook. Thanks to all of our fine sponsors and to you as well for tuning in. Be sure to visit mylocalradio.com/Soda Springs for archived copies of games and past interviews with players and coaches from across the county. And until the next time the teams of Caribou County take to the hardwood, goodbye and good night.